Yup, 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 yup.
Oh, hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I'm Flanagan. Hi, Jill. Hi, Banana. The Boogie Bowl. Oh, Boogie Bowl. Oh my god. Hi, hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Oh gosh, yesterday was a lot, but it's okay. In new day, so everything is fine. Hi, Blizzy. Hope you're doing good. Um, something something dumb happened this morning. Honestly, for whatever reason. So I swear something is against me right now, but I don't know what's going on. Anyways, I'm my inside my nose, like very very inside my nose, is getting a little bit like infection question mark. No, I don't think it's infection, but it feels like there's something blocking inside constantly. Speaking of, I should probably eat this. Give me a second. I'm good, thanks. How about yourself? I'm feeling better, honestly. Other than this like new sensation that I'm feeling right now, but this one should be not too much of a problem, I hope. But yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm probably gonna. Well, I'm probably, but I want to try and fish out Leviathan today. So I'm also give a spray for your nose. No. Well, I used to have them, but not anymore. I used to have them, but that was like many years ago. Oh, maybe not that many, but about 5. About 5 years ago, I would say that I have a spray, but not anymore. Bit. Oof. Yeah, I know, right? Gosh, cannot believe it. I mean, I used to have a big problem with being I believe it's called rhinitis, rhinitis, something like that. I don't know, something about nose being like big. Right, let me eat this real quick. Did I swallow it? What the hell? Yeah, it just feels like there's something constantly blocking my throat or something. It feels very weird. I don't get it. It feels very mega weird. But anyways, right. I just ate the black cumin oil. It says natural antibiotic. Well, they gave me this one, so I'm eating this one, so hopefully it should be fine. Boop. Yeah, there's something blocking, but I don't know what it is. It's very weird, but it's okay. I'll try to ignore it, I guess. Hope it's not snot. That's what makes me have asthma. Oh, yeah, I hope so too. I'm not too sure what it is. I can't tell. It just kind of like constantly stuck there. Makes swallowing feels weird. It gives me tiny bit difficulty. Just a tiny bit though. It's like a very weird feeling. I don't get it. But hopefully it should be fine. Wait, this playlist only has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 music, 17 minutes worth of music, and then they looped it to 12 hours. Damn, I got lied to. It's a sonic lo-fi music. Studio post. Oh, wait, maybe I could like, for me to get that out without the vapor thing machine, I need to cough full mouth open with a lot of pressure in the cough. Oh, I never tried that before. I could try like Sonic Mania. We could listen to Sonic Mania. Also, hi Evie. Sonic Mania Plus? Discovery, Comfort Zone, Save Select. Act 1 is Chemical Plant? We start from this one then. Gear. Heck yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try playing some VR chat today. So I'm probably still gonna make the room like invite or maybe invite plus, I guess. I kinda want to make it invite plus or invite only. So that people that I know can join. I don't know if I want a lot of people in. I kinda want to just have a few, I guess, question mark. I'm not too sure how things is going to work. I'm very confused. But I also wanted Leviathan, so I'm sort of like struggling a little bit here. I mean, I did say that I'm going to host host with a biggest quotation mark. A little VR chat fishing session. I said that on Discord, and I was like, it's like right after I post that announcement, I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna regret this. I don't know. And since I never really hosted anything before, I don't know how this is gonna go, to be honest. But I'm opening VR chat now. Oh, hi, yeah. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna log into my VR chat real quick. That does mean I haven't opened up VR chat for a long time, no? Alright. Username, email, password. Oh, nice. It doesn't need the OTP. And it's going in. Alright, very nice. It's going in. It's going in. I've been listening to Sonic music so much lately. I'm having so much fun. Oh yeah. Let me get my camera. Okay, there we go. They do be banger, right? It feels like it just feels like Sega never misses with their music. Alright, let me hide this 2D real quick. I'm probably oh wait, Evie. I haven't got to the trampoline. I need VRC plus. Mm. Oh, thank goodness there's nothing sus here. Oh yeah, I also have like a googly eye, but it's okay. We don't add that one. All right. I want to go to a game about crates. Oh, I played this one before. I played a lot, and then I stopped because it became like it became kind of a boring grind after getting all the laser upgrades. I just sit there and watch. I'm not doing anything much anymore. I mean, it feels nice, but it's also kind of boring after a while. Is it like My Worlds? Updated favorite? I'm gonna do a new instance. You can invite others. Joiners can accept requests. You can invite others. Only you can accept. I don't know if I want to do invite plus, to be honest. Can people ask to join on a invite session? Only your friends may join. Joiners can accept request. I'm not too sure about this. So does this mean that when one wants to join the session, and then everyone in the server will receive a like a notification that someone wants to join? That feels a little bit scary, no? I'm gonna do this. Ooh, I can try eating this thing again. I don't know how well this is gonna work though. Okay. It's a loud yip in a way. Oh my god, big yip. Alright, I'm here. Evie wants to join, right? Oh, I know. Oh, I see how that works. So Evie wants to join. I accept the request, and then I send an invite to her, and then she can join. Oh, wow. I mean, that's one way of doing it, right? I mean, we have a few goals here, but our main goal today is to get the Leviathan. And for that, I'm probably gonna need a lot more people, actually. But another thing that I kind of want to do is get this Manta, which is 4 million. The 4 million is a lot. Not gonna lie, 4 million is quite a lot. So I I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I wonder if they gonna like add more. Are you tired of joining? Uh-oh. I could send one more for you and try again if you don't mind. VR chat is bugged. Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Is it because I put myself in a Japanese in a Japan server? Is that why? I hope not. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. My VIC friends aren't active right now because they're sleeping, so it's only me. I mean, if it works, I mean it works. Only if you want to join now. But I also have this on invite instance, so I feel so convoluted. I feel so scared. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Oh shit! I'm such a weird people. Oh yeah, I want to upgrade my little yay to the biggest tier. I think. Why is the music non-stop? Wait. Oh, that explains it. It just becomes an extended version for whatever reason. Why does the playlist never function properly in this like YouTube? Okay, I changed the music. Hopefully the playlist works normally. Okay, open back up this one. Okay, Fish is my home world. I'm on a US server. Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, maybe I can remake. Maybe I can remake a server. If Evie cannot join again, I can remake a server and put it on US, I guess. Hmm? You didn't invite? I think I sent you one. Not since I restarted. Oh. Well, I sent you one, so hopefully that works. Oh yeah, we need Manta to get up that tower. Hmm. Of course. If it timed out again, then I'll remake a thing. I'll remake a world. Oh, oh, you joined. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, okay, nice, nice. I think I saw your name. Did I? Oh yeah, a disabled hand tracking.
Here you are. Meet you. They're very small.
Oh, hi.
Small, cute Kobo.
Well,
Hey.
it's Evie. Oh my god.
Right back.
I think I'll join next time because I was just on VRC with Bestie earlier before you went to bed. Plus we're no friends on VRC yet. Are we not? I mean, next time is fine. I'm just sort of like gauging how today's gonna feel, so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Nikki.
This is a all Pride shirt. Pride, happy one. Oh, that one doesn't work.
This
Oh,
one
that
looks
does
like
work.
that one looks like cow. Wait, did I change my... I don't think I changed it, but apparently I did. Huh? I don't even have that one. Huh? Okay. Oh, maybe they changed it. I don't know. This car loud. I'm not sure. I kind of want to just like fish around for a bit. Oh. Where's
I'm suddenly flying.
my car's gone? What? And
I'm
then,
still sitting in it. It's up in space.
well, Evie
uh,
can fly. I didn't know. You want to send me a friend request on VRC? I could join next time so you can friend me on VRC, or you can just send me one and I accept it later. I could send you one, but I don't know. I don't know how to add. Oh, what's your VRC name? Is it Star Fox? Okay, let me just stay on the car first. I gotta... Oh my god, it's so loud. Any pool? I mean, there's one Savannah Rift here. We can fish here. I kind of want to upgrade my surfboard to the max. Ooh, moon rain. That looks like you. Alright, send request. You can accept whatever you want. It's fine. They have Spiral Dova. The Dova Brodian looks really good.
kill rate is.
Anyway. I think it got cut off there towards
Have
the
they
end.
made this easier or something?
Maybe?
I used to really struggle with catching fish.
Maybe you just got good.
Maybe. Because I'm a vappy now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some fish to catch fish.
I'm a Kobo for... I want a fish. I also don't know if I got lucky with the Leviathan last time I was here. Oh, like, give me a second. Hmm? Oh. But it does feel like reds are a little bit more chill now. Maybe they did make it a little bit easier?
That.
Maybe. Oh, Blizzy is here. Oh yes, VR chat mobile. Oh. I just feel like my phone will explode if I play VR chat. Only if PC can get to where we are. Yeah, no, there's Blizzy. Hello. Yeah, I assume you cannot use voice chat for now. It's okay. The pool's gone. Understood. It's okay though. I'll keep an eye out for the text chat so that I can always like know what's going on. It's fine. We're not doing much though. We're just trying to like wait for the Leviathan to come out and try to fish them out. Is that a pool? Oh, yeah, that's a pool. I want to go there and see. EP wanna take a seat?
Oh, yep.
Let me go look at this. Oh, it is.
Oh, good tell.
It's Midas Rift. We can try to fish for gold here. Oh, I forgot about the auto pet. Golden Tiny Atlantic. Level 116 in here? Heck yeah. $119. 362 fish. Oh, easy. Left this time. Oh. Unmissable. Oh, it's a cursed fish. So I guess while we are waiting for the Leviathan, I'm just gonna like fish for funsies and try to get that 4 million manta. Oh. Hey, nice.
Good.
Evie, can you read that? Over there, there's like a word floating. It's like,
I can't read that.
it's like school of something. We're gonna go take a look. School of European Anglerfish? Anglerfish? Oh, it's a school of fish. A school of fish usually not that good, but I guess we can fish it there. Why not?
Seahorses for me.
This one is like a pool of a specific kind of fish.
There's school of seahorses for me. Maybe it's because of level.
Oh, Blizzy is not spiral anymore. Yeah, Lower Brodian's a lot of texture, different texture packs. Well, texture pack's the wrong word, but different Lower Brodian textures that resembles different kinds of dragons. Ring of Fire Stovers. I heard that she's making a lot of like different Ring of Fires dragons there. At least from what I've seen, but I never really like follow what she's been doing with the latest. Deathbringer? Oh,
Yeah, I got a seahorse.
a seahorse? Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nightwing? I heard of Nightwing before. See, sometimes I would love to like know more about Wing of Fire, but then Wing of Fire is like book, and reading is hard. I mean, my biased brain kind of wants Ring of Fire to be like a animated series, but considering it's all dragons, it's gonna be a pain to like produce. Would be nice if it actually exists though. Maybe someday in the future. There'll be an animated series. I hope so. Yeah. Like, I would love to know, yeah, again, I would love to know more about Wing of Fire stuff, but reading is just... Reading is not something that I do best. Or, let me rephrase that, reading is not something that I like to do. Yeah. Hi, Malicious McPie. god. Chat. Me. Wait, no, I'm stupid. I forgot about something. I forgot that I could just like message my friends and ask them to join next time. Instead of announcing to my Discord. Oh my god, I'm so stupid actually. I could have just messaged a few of my like close friends and asked if they want to join or not. Oh. Nice Mizu. Oh, there's a pool. I see a pool. We gonna fish over there. Hi again, Zio.
Emotional damage.
Oh, it's sparkling. Nice. We can get shiny fish here.
They still have the beginner rod. I really need to upgrade that.
Right. Maybe after this pool we can like stop by the starting area and then we can get you some new rods. It's from Rice. Yeah.
Okay.
That chain screech is screeching something else. It became a fluff screech instead. Oh my god. Totally unintentional, I know, right? It is purely coincidental. That the chin screech is now fluff screech. Night Watcher? A Moon Watcher? I guess being small is kinda hard to read as well. Oh. We can go upgrade your rod real quick.
I'll go respawn. That way I can sell stuff that way. You can go to the next spot and pick me up when I'm done.
That works too, but I don't know how. I don't know when you are done though.
And
I could. Oh, oh. Okay. I like being small. Gator pet. 599. How much is this? 599. Whatever this is. Is this like a VR chat credit? Oh, credits. Okay. Best pick. Hmm? $5 is like 22 plus ringgit for the gator pack. Dang, that's, I mean, bleh. Bleh. Oh, AV is there. Oops. Sorry. I was looking at the gator pack. Oh, Savannah Rift. We could go there. I don't like this speedboat, it's too loud.
hey, daylight.
Nice. Now we can see.
Cute little Kobo. Yep.
I forgot that's a thing that can happen. Looks about right.
New road is much easier.
Right? Oh. Blizzy's here.
Hey, please.
Hello again.
Lizard's cute.
Me? I thought Evie's the cute one. I will do the deflect. Oh. I don't know if it's just me, but the pools are disappearing very quickly. There's also a lot of Savannah Rift. We're here.
You definitely made this easier than last time.
It feels like it, right? Volcano or Twilight Tourist? I think Twilight Tourist is like a new place. I already finished Volcano. So you're telling me there's this new place is Twilight Tourist, okay. Eh. What is that broken umbrella?
Good question.
It's static? Hmm. Oh. Hi, G9. The cutest boat being the cutest boat. Something big. Oh, there it is, the Leviathan. Next to a cute dragon king. I don't know. I guess there's no pools around. Yeah, Leviathan's coming. I wonder if the three of us could actually fish out the Leviathan, but we can try. Hope Girodine's doing it. I think we can fish here for a while. It doesn't look like there's any pools around here.
Okay.
Dorsal spikes, scales, and eye from Leviathan. I've just said that it's not possible to fish it solo. If I can, gosh, I'll stay in this world for a lot longer. First time a Japanese server. I mean, since I'm a lot closer to Japanese server.
Something appeared for me. Spiral thing.
There's like Savannah Rift here appears again. Lucky we don't need to move around anymore.
Hmm.
I actually don't know how lag behaves in this game. Like, huge ping. I assume it's just like... I assume it's just... some laggy voice chat? Question mark?
Possibly slight delay.
Yeah. Currently I'm at 110 ping. And if I'm on like the US server, I'm usually at about like 250 to 300. Only 110. Most games you'll be lagging and hate with such high ping. Yeah, thank goodness VR chat is fine. VR chat, I don't know what's the difference between high and low ping, to be honest, so... mainly use US servers. I mean, it's fair. You're from, I assume, around that part, so or closer to the US server. Whereas me, I'm closer to the Japanese server. Arizona? I'm not too sure where that is, but maybe that's closer to the US? It's part of the US? Ah, I'm done. I failed. I failed geography. Hell yeah. It's where you live? Being in Malaysia is tough. Like, most of the servers that I play has to be at least... Like, the best server is around Singapore, so the best ping I'll get is like 30 something ping in any game that I play.
Oh, a baby Leviathan will appear in 5 minutes.
Nice, then we can fish here until the Leviathan appears. Then we can fish. We can try to fish the Leviathan.
I don't think I'll catch it.
We can try. It's entirely luck based though. Shiny.
The puddle turned to a black mess.
Uh-oh. It became stinky. Oh, it became stinky chasm. Okay. Alright. I keep forgetting about the auto pet. Shadow tiny rubber duck? I'm keeping that. It is time. It's over there. Oh, I'm too small.
Can't be that difficult, right?
Where? I assume we just fish in this pool and it should be good. Like, we don't necessarily need to follow the Leviathan, I assume. Oh, I got one. Giant cleaner fish.
Yep.
Hi, Brecky. Oh my god, dragon. And then the cleaner fish, nice. Weird how we don't see the Leviathan's health bar anymore. This one gives me PTSD to a messed up Mario hack. Oh no. But this is Sonic music though. It's always so cool to see you play the Mario hack games. The platforming looks crazy. Oop. Well. Oop. One. Oop. Oh my god. Oh. It's my colored stingray. I don't know if I said this, but I hope Becky is doing good. Dragon. I'm okay. I'm glad. I'm not getting any cleaner fish anymore. Oh, I'm just gonna complain a little bit. Ooh. Complaining always works? I know, right? It's almost like the game knows. Man, out for the funny day, which I'm very excited about. Nice. I didn't know 8 is a day, but I've been told multiple times that 8 is a day, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know. Kobo wanna look at the art of the funny day of Brecky.
You'd eat your poop all day.
Eh? I don't think it's something you enjoy, but I can share. It's okay. If it's something I don't enjoy, then I still wanna see Becky's art. You know this one from Mario? No, wow. The Sonic Mania has a lot of banger. It's kind of cool how they made Lava Reef a lot more dancey feeling to it. The original version feels very serious, which it is and it's supposed to be. No cleaner fish, oh no. I'm gonna keep complaining until I get like three cleaner fish in a row. It's always so confusing for me to hear these dongs. Hear these songs in the actual game. I guess it is a Mario hack. It's like someone made that and then they like to listen to the music that they like. But I assume they're using like the 16-bit font for the music, so it sounds a little bit different than the original version. Songs have to be ported to SNES, yeah. So they're using a different sound bit for the music. Sonic Mania is like they're trying to go back to Sega Genesis sound font, which is a little bit newer than SNES, I think. Finally, a cleaner fish. There are some wizards out there with that. There's some insane songs for SNES. It's kind of crazy how people can create create amazing music from limited amount of sound bit. It's always so cool. I guess 3 people is not enough still. Eh. Unfortunate, but we tried. I got like 4, I think. 5. I got 5 cleaner fish out of that. Eh. Limitations often leads to innovation. That is very true, actually, yeah. There's no pool, though. Does Evie wanna try to upgrade your rod again?
I don't think I have that much fish to sell, but would be a good idea.
We could try to go back to the island again and see. Wait, I went the wrong way. Close enough. I don't want to sell my fish first. Why are you so mean? I finished 2 quests, but I don't know who they are. That's a lot lesser than I thought. Wow. To be fair, I do have quite a bit of cursed fish, so maybe that's why. I want to like blast them in a way. I think I'm hiding. Sparkling pool? Hopefully this one doesn't disappear as quickly. looking away. I was looking at the HP and thinking, why do we have an HP percentage? We don't lose health, we don't fight anything.
I'm gonna head off. My arm's getting sore.
Hmm?
Good old Fabro.
Oh, it's okay. You're gonna take care of
Good girl.
yourself. What?
You too, Rob. Good later, Blizzard.
Oh, hi, Blissey. Hmm. It's just us now. Yeah. I'm gonna keep fishing then. Although next week, I feel like next week I kinda wanna do this again. But I have a bit of an idea on how to have more people in. I forgot I could just DM people and ask instead of just like announcing on my Discord only like a dum-dum. I've been watching Twitch while I hang out with you. Of course, no problem. Thanks for fishing with me and Evie. And thank you also, Evie, for joining. It's a short one. I know I'm not like really hosting anything. Of course, and thanks for joining, Blizzy. Look at that big dragon, oh my god. It is something about VR chat that makes me very happy. Is this? 157. I'm 75 cm. I love being small. Being small is great. Oh, you... I'm trying to read. No? Bye, Blizzy. Love you too. Alright. I'm gonna fish for a little bit more. I don't know if I want to go back to play my hyperfixation game of more Dragonica. I was playing it so much yesterday because of yesterday's morning stuff. I was so upset, but I feel okay now again. A lot of things are happening. Oh hey. I should drink water. Hurting from moving the mouse so much. Fibro is the worst. Yeah, it is. Also, it's okay, don't be sorry. Like, you're gonna take care of yourself, it's more important. I'm just glad that you're able to join even for just a little bit. I have this. I forgot I have this. Well, you guys cannot see it, but this is... I don't know what to call this. There's no name for this. It's just some sort of a... some sort of a sweet pastry. It has no name, but it's so good. I love it. I'm eating this. I think next week I'll try to like DM people and ask if they want to join. And try to fish out the Leviathan for real. With currently how I feel about the Leviathan thing in this fishing game is like... I wish... Okay, they can make it time limited event, it's fine. Right, it's fine. What I'm thinking is that maybe they could make it like the HP... The HP of the Leviathan... It stays that way. Even after they leave the first time. So that when the Leviathan appears the second time, I could continue from my previous progress. I feel like that could be really nice. Right? I feel like that could be really nice. Like, for me personally, I feel like that would be perfect. And then there's also, like, maybe on the second or third time they appear and I fish them out successfully. And then they could just be like, okay, the Leviathan is done now, and then we need to wait for the next one to appear again. Which I think that would be really cool, but don't know how hard it is to implement that in. I just wish it's that way. Although just now it was weird though, because just now that Leviathan, I couldn't even see its health bar. Which is very weird. Although not to mention time zone sucks for me as well. Time zone's weird. Ooh, Sonic 3 bonus stage? Holy shit. Oh, this music is so good. This is definitely one of my favorite bonus stage music from Sonic. I mean, obviously there's Sonic Rush's A New Day. That one is a huge banger. But I'll still put this one as like the first one. And then A New Day would be like a close second. Shiny huge giant squid. Damn, okay. I want to make this music slightly louder. Here, let me change that. Like this. Slightly louder, but not too loud. I hope that they don't... I hope this loud doesn't cover over my voice, I hope. Oh my god, it's getting so fast. Transcendent angler. Ooh, okay, we got 5,000 fishes. Hi, Three. Hello, weird friend. Oh my god, it's so fast. I love it. Can people really last that long in a bonus stage? In a Sonic 3 bonus stage? It feels tough as balls though. Shiny common stingray. That's a really nice color. Also, Hobbs 3 is doing good. You know, I thought I'm gonna get fully recovered today, but no. My nose decides to act up again. Very cool. Very cool. I guess my body is trying to test my limit and be like, you know, what if the owner of this body can get sick for 1 month straight? I wonder what's gonna happen. And then my body is like taking notes or some shit. It's like, hi. It's so weird. Oh, this is Sonic Mania's own bonus stage, I think. Oh, is this Sonic CD? This is the run around laps trying to get rings while trying to catch up with the Chaos Emerald, which is a really cool bonus stage, honestly. Shiny, huge, three-headed salmon? That's crazy. I'm locking that one. Oh. It's Sandy updraft. What if I become 20 cm? Oh my god, I'm so small. I'm 20 cm, let's go. Okay, maybe 20 is way too small. What if I'm 50 though? I feel like 50 cm sounds like a really fun height, no? What if I'm smaller, chat? I mean, I like being small. I already went from 106 cm canonically to now 75. But part of my brain just be like, what if smaller? What if smaller though? I wonder. Wow. Is this a boss fight music? I think it is. Oh, mid-boss. I want to try to fish until a second Leviathan comes in. I want to see if it's actually the case where the HP stays for this world. I mean, surely the second time when a Leviathan shows up, it's not gonna have full health, and when it doesn't have full health, that means I have a chance. Wow. Busy with work today, so we'll be in and out randomly. Oh, on a Sunday? Oh. Well, good luck with work, Zuri. What? Is that Strange Whirlpool? I think that looks like Strange Whirlpool at the distance. Let's go there and see. It is. No! You just appeared for 2 seconds. What do you mean? What is this? Midas Rift. That one is? That was just the previous Sandy updraft, okay. Well, at least here we can get golden fish. Golden huge oarfish, nice. Huge seahorse, 0.2 kilogram. Huge. Weird how I'm not getting any barracudas at all. Isn't barracuda open sea? No. Barracuda should be blue? Oh, it's in dunes now. They changed it. I think they changed it. Barracuda used to be on the open sea, I believe. No way. Man, Sonic Mania's music is all banger. Holy shit. Golden huge blobfish. I just realized the game sound is like extremely low, no? Like you guys cannot, you guys could barely hear anything from the game. Maybe it's from World. Oh yeah, it's a lot louder now. I should put it to 40. Yeah, 40 feels like a good in-between. Blissey did mention of a new place. Twilight Terrace. How do we get there? Because apparently there's like a new place in the index that I've never been to. It's like a new edition. Currently I'm not too sure how to access that place, which is kind of a shame. Oh my god, that had pet somewhere else. Whoa. Boot Kobo chest? Yeah. Golden tiny crab, 0.0 kilogram. It is a non-existent crab. I feel like I heard of this music before. This Midas rifts last for a long time. Which is nice, but I'm not getting a lot of golden fishes though. A lot of huge cock though. Which is nice. Oh. Can I not say huge cock and then they're just gone? No huge cock? That's a Savannah Rift. I can do Savannah Rift. I'm gonna sneeze. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mute on time. Oh, Shadow Chasm. Or Stinky Chasm. Big, huge banana. Banana is tasty. Oh yeah, speaking of banana, actually, like around my around Korkop area, there's like this market where they sell fresh fruits and stuff, and then there's this one stall that have like very nice comb of Palangan banana, which is like the best type of banana to eat. Palangan, right? It's so good. And then we bought them each com for like 9 ringgit something. And then some com is like 8 ringgit. There's like 12 and 13 ringgit com. That's like huge. We want that, but we also didn't buy those. We bought like the 9 ringgit ones, which is like moderate size. And tastes good too. Palangan is amazing. But to get to the market, we have to wake up really early though, which is a little bit unfortunate. But maybe not as unfortunate too, because, I mean, I've been waking up kind of early. Which is nice. Sometimes I wish I can wake up early and then just play Draganica. Which is like a weird wish, I guess. Waking up early, do the morning stuff, and then play Draganica. I'm too obsessed with the game, what can I say? Oh my god, the music is going crazy. Oh yeah, also actually, the hyper fixation with Draganica, it's honestly not all bad, to be honest, right? It is not, because recently there's a lot of games I want to buy on Steam, right? Like there's Big Walk I want to buy, there's a Water Park Simulator I want to buy, there's like a Shift at Midnight I kinda want to try out the game, so I've been avoiding spoilers as much as possible, right? Like Water Park Simulator looks really fun. I saw Insym play a little bit, it's like, oh shit, I need to try it. So I want to buy those games, but I also don't have any extra funds to like buy any games. So sorry. So like having a hyperfixation on a free game like Draganica definitely helps a lot here, right? With the spendings and stuff, right? Like it's a free game. I don't need to spend any money, right? So I'm like avoiding spending money on games currently, which is a nice feeling, honestly, right? Like those games are not expensive, but they are like extra spendings, right? Big Walk is like 20 something ringgit, I think. Water Park Simulator is like 40 something, I believe, and it's like quite a lot. I didn't check night shifts at night or night shift something. That horror game, that one particular horror game where you have to identify bad buyers and good buyers. don't know much about that game. I did try to avoid spoilers as much as possible. So when I see people stream that game or YouTube videos play that game, I just avoid. I want to try to fish until the Leviathan appears for the second time, and then I want to confirm my theory. Like, if it's real, then we have a chance. If Leviathan's health doesn't stay 100 on the second appearance, I might fish until I get Leviathan. Like, I'm not good at anything, but there's one thing that I'm good at. The one thing that this Kobo is good at is being stubborn as hell. Oh, sorry, stubborn as heck. Family-friendly channel here. No, I'm not a family-friendly channel, what the heck. You look at my model, there's like a booba. Tiger seahorse? I'm actually see some like streamers have like a very shiny latex suits and stuff, or maybe straight up a toy being on stream, which is really cool, honestly. I think that's really heckin' cool because it's something that I really like. Maybe I could make like a different texture for Tiara. Would be fun. And lately I've watched some videos about pool toys, and I like squeaky shiny creatures a lot more now. Is this invisibility? Oh, it is. Oh, the rest is just like... Why did they put Angel Island at like the last music? Like, come on. I cannot believe they put the best music at the last one. Let me try to loop the playlist and hope it works. Every time I hear this song, I can just feel a punch of Knuckles coming. Knuckles is gonna punch. Gosh, like, I don't care anything about like Emerald Hill Zone, Green Hill Zone. Angel Island is the shit. It's so good. Angel Island might be the best music in the entire series, I would say. Bold statement, I know, but it's so good though. Look, listen. Well, YouTube viewers and VOD viewers cannot listen to this, but listen to this. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, it's the vendor. I saw like stinky gas. Hey, do you have anything new to sell? Hi, Stinky. You suck. After an update, you still don't have anything new to sell? Huh? Yeah, I'm looking down at you, stupid. Nothing new? Huh? Huh? Can't believe it. Can I have just can I loop Angel Island for 24 hours? Okay, I'm joking. What if though? See, what if though, chat? You check Steam? Uh-oh. Did you? No! Wait, but... I will check Steam. Huge plankfish. Two? Oh my god. Two? Oh. I forgot I have this game on wishlist. Bears in Space. I think I saw who was it again who played it? Daydreamy. I saw Daydreamy play Bears in Space, and I was like, ooh, it's like a boomer shooter. Looked fun and was cheapest item on the list. Oh, wow! I didn't. Oh, is it on like a big discount? On a non big sale time? Crazy. Thank you, Evie. How much is Water Park Simulator? Oh my god. Oh shit. Um, thank you. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh fuck. I'm gonna accept the gift. Thank you. Add to my library. And then the water park simulator as well. Oh, yeah, crazy. Thank you. I'm curious. I wanna go to the store and check. Oh, water park simulator is on a bit of a discount, but still, it's a lot of money. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, there's 2 free games that I can take. Survive in outer space. Breath Age. It's a free game. I'm taking it. Oh, it's a survival crafter game, but in space. And Moonlighter. Moonlighter, action RPG with roguelike elements. Okay, I'm in. This game is free? That's very crazy though. Holy shit. This will be a good game. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna continue fishing. Check DMs too. Whoa. Sex? Oh my god. What is that game? Holy shit. I just wanted a normal water park simulator. Hi Zeus. Don't check DMs, that's what they want you to do. Yeah, I mean, for a reason. Hope Zeus doing it. Welcome. That's a thing, I guess. The cheap, crappy water park sim. Yeah. I mean, I guess those who are chronically online, like those short attention span internet dwellers, is like perpetually, I don't know, man. It's just seeing games like that. It's just I lose a bit of health in. I lose a little bit of faith in humanity. I'm too ace for games like that. Zero interest. I have zero interest on that too. There's no dragons in that. And it's not even what I want. But that normal water park simulator, when I see instant play for a little bit though, now that is fun. Oh. Oh, there's one. They had a huge update recently too. Really? Oh shit, nice. So I had no interest in Bob and Vagana? Bob or Pee? No. Unless it's Dragon Bob or Pee, then yeah. You know what? I think I'm officially dragon sexual. This is crazy though, oh my goodness. Only interested in drinking beer and watching football and grilling and hating wife? Hmm? And hating wife? But wife, why hate? Doesn't wife already mean that you're like already officially wed? I don't really drink beer though. I mean, not that I can, it's not that I cannot, but I just don't like the taste. Like any alcoholic drink to me is just so bitter. It's so bitter. I would rather drink apple juice. It's a boomer joke? Boomer joke? A lot of boomers got married because it was a social requirement first and end up hating their spouse. Oh fuck. I think I heard about that a lot, yeah. I heard about that a lot in like, especially about society 50 years ago. Yeah, like wedding is requirement. Wedding is a requirement is crazy. Enforced marriage is like the worst. I think that one is not only the US, it's like it's prevalent almost anywhere. Being single man, you were seen as gay or worse, a communist? What does a communist mean? I think I heard about the word. I heard the word before, but I don't know what that means. Giant square. Communist is a social structure? It's more complicated than I can get into 2 in the Twitch chat, but it was demonized by the US government after war. Oh shit, okay, yeah, that already sounds pretty bad, no? Demonized? Holy shit. Maybe I could like Google search on what that means. Would be a lot easier for both you and me. I could assume that such word like that, it's gonna be extremely hard to explain on the Twitch chat. What? Tiger huge seahorse, 0.3 kilogram. Yep, sure is huge. Oh, did something change? Plastic bag. It's from government, but the United States needed a bad person as a joke. Or needed a bad person and blame them for it. But it's seen as a joke now. Now how they try to blame everything bad on communism. So communist is like a form of government. A form of government. Is that Celestial Chasm? Ooh. It's Samsung Galaxy. More complex than I can explain a few word message. Yeah, that's understandable. Especially when it comes to, I assume this is kind of a political things to, kind of a political thing, right? Politics. It's a politic kind of thing, no? We're fishing. Fish fear me? Reach 200? Oh my god, I'm level 200? I have no life. Anyone was just making a joke about Boomer hates wife? Yeah, I can see that now. I mean, now that you explain that situation, forced forced marriage, I forgot that's a thing. Like, wow, yeah, that's crazy. In chat, what if I become a tiny dragon? Not forced, but rushed? Isn't it usually forced during that time as well? Or like maybe forced marriage is more of a Chinese culture back then. Ooh, three-headed salmon. Chat, what if I become a tiny dragon? It's been a while. I wanna be a small dragon. Wow, oh my god, I'm back. Well, I'm not back, but this one can be smaller, no? Tiny dragon. I mean, I do wonder where can I access the Twilight Terrace. Like, I'm still sort of like thinking about it a little bit. It's like, where else can I go to like access the Twilight Terrace? There's a new place in this world. I just need to find it. It's probably not something similar to getting into the volcano, I'm sure. Because getting into the volcano, you need to do like quests to get into that place. Oh, my PC couldn't handle a Doverbrodian on the screen. My OBS is constantly giving me encoding overloaded. Whoa, Galaxy Huge Seaweed? That looks crazy. I'm locking that one. Oh. Lock. Leviathan is not showing up anymore though. It's been quite a while. Frozen tiny great white shark. That is really tiny. It's only 48 kilogram. Oh, cursed manta ray. Nice. Like honestly, chat, there are a few times that I want to stream Counter-Strike, but then it's like the amount of the like it wasn't even that bad before, right? Before it was like not as much cheater. Like when I was playing season 3 and 4, it was okay, right? Like some matches, I'm in like mid or bottom silver rank, and then there are like some cheaters still over there, right? But then in season 5, every match is a cheater. It's crazy. Like if you watch the demo, they're just like doing perfect tracking through walls, and then sometimes on round start they just fucking look at walls and see where we go. Especially during CT side, they'll just look at where we go and then they'll always go to the right side. It's so shameless. The amount of cheater in Counter-Strike 2 now, like season 5, is it makes the game absolute dog shit. Now I just like I don't enjoy playing the game as much anymore. Like I love the game, but good god, I hate playing against like cheater always. Almost every match, like I'm a silver for God's sake, right? And then almost like 70% of the matches that I play has a cheater, and it's so sad, honestly. Like it's not just that me, it's not just because I'm having skill issue and then I keep dying and I say they are cheating. No, even on my team, people are cheating. It's like insane. And then I watch the demo, it's so obviously cheating, right? Hi Narix. Hi Dragon. I'm a dark bolt today. Oh, I started being a dark bolt just now. So yeah, I mean I wanted to play Counter-Strike, but recently I just play Counter-Strike for the sake of getting weekly loot, and then I just don't play anymore. It like a first few matches of the day feels nice, and then after a while it's just taxing to play more because it's all cheater. It becomes like a pandemic in the game where every rank is a cheater rank. It's insane. Like I'm in silver again. I'm in silver. For fuck's sake, silver, and then people are cheating. And what's even funny is that they are cheating, right? They have no knowledge about the game, and then they are like full running and shooting, and then it will still be a headshot because they have aim on, like they have silent aim. Like suddenly you see the bullet will track to your head, and it's like bam, even while full running, and then it will sometimes hits the dead center of where they're aiming. It's like, huh, nice silent aim. Like if it hits while running, while I'm like not on the crosshair, that makes sense, right? But if they're full running and then hit the dead center of the crosshair, we have a problem. It's so sad, honestly. Right, Dragon Driver. I keep coming back to my autopad. This must be like a very active spot. Chat, I'm kind of debating if I kind of want to make my cobalt smaller than 75 cm. Like I already made myself went from 106 cm to 75, and then I kind of want to make myself smaller still. Like I love being small. It's a thing. Because the more smaller I am, the more I can stare at dragon. You know, like I get to like look up and they just stare at dragon always. I love looking up and look at dragons. It feels really nice. I like that. No rainbow today. Last time, ooh, moon rain? Last time I streamed this game for about stone for about 2 hours, and I got one rainbow. I got a decimated shark. It feels nice. How many fish do I have in the inventory now? don't think it's close to 1,000, but it could be something. 458. Not even halfway there. In about 2 hours, I can fish for 400 times plus. 2 hours. Oh, drink? Samsung Galaxy huge great white shark. Nice. I'm gonna drink water. Thank you, Evie. Boop. What? Is that a neck boop? Neck boop. Neck boop. Oh, that's a Samsung Galaxy. Back to fishing. Yeah, I'm still trying to fish that Leviathan, and I'm trying to see if the Leviathan have like lingering health bar instead of like a full new one every time it appears. Just trying to like see. It is Samsung Galaxy. Okay. Also, hi Rollins. How are you enjoying RE Draganica? Galaxy tiny cock. Nice. It's so purpley, it must taste good. I mean, the jester but keep dying. But how did you die though? Did you die in chaos mode or did you die in normal mode? Because if it's dying in chaos mode, that's very understandable. Galaxy huge cock. There we go. Yeah, that's normal. They in this version of Draganica, they made everything 10 times harder in chaos mode. I think that's a recent change because last year I played it, it's the same chaos mode. But then this year I played it, it becomes like 10 times harder than usual. I mean, the XP they give is way more than F8, so I guess they want to like offset the F8 a little bit. Rather than everyone doing F8, people can farm F2 as well. They just need Chaos Scroll. Chaos mode can level up twice? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Chaos mode actually gives a lot more XP now. And it doesn't spend you don't spend as much time in F8 than F2. Because F2 is like a normal mission mode, whereas F8 it requires like maybe an hour to finish one run. Maybe even more than that. I'm nerding out again. Shit. Oh no, chat help. So I mean, I was questing a lot back then, last year when I played. And last year I do questing until level 66 for my Dragoon, which is really nice, right? Just questing can get you over there, but now that Chaos Mode exists, questing is made a lot more faster now. Or like questing leveling is a lot faster and easier. Now I made a monk reach level 30 in 1 hour. It's entirely possible, yeah. They made leveling easy, but not like too easy, which is really nice. It's something they nail, well, they didn't nail, but they made that really good balance of like the grind and the satisfaction. Because old games, old MMO, they never balance the grind and the satisfaction of leveling. And then RE Dragonica appears, and they have been trying to rebalance everything, and everything seems to work really well, right? The XP gain, the questing, the mission mode gain. And even, I believe they up a little bit of money gain as well. Which is nice, like the drop rate for everything. And not to mention they changed the Chaos mode to drop Devil Soulstone now, which is like even nicer. I forgot which quest requires Devil Soulstone, but I know it's extremely important. So that's good. That's extremely nice. Apparently the game's last update was March. They don't update the game frequently, but the game is being actively developed, which I feel extremely happy about. Cock. Kobo likes cock. I can eat it. It's tasty. $202. I can upgrade my auto pet, right? 8 points. Huh, that's a maximum to it? Okay. I think they tweak Monk skill tree a bit. They tweak every job a little bit. I believe they do. Like they have both PvP skill tree and they have like PvE skill tree. So they definitely tweaked every job's skill a little bit. Although they did, for Miamidon, they actually added a new skill, which sucks ass. I don't know why they added it. It's just Bruce Lee doing a shitty ass Hadouken, and it sucks. It's so bad. It's not even a laser beam, it's just a tiny Hadouken that hits 2 enemies. 2! And it doesn't do as much damage. Like, what does it even do? Like, I have Whirlwind, I have Spin to Win, I can summon a wrestler to spin to win with me as well. And then I have the Gust Cut as well. Like, those skills are way better than just a tiny Hadouken, no? It's for PvP? Maybe. But they have like a different skill tree, so I never look into PvP shit, so I have no idea how PvP works. I don't play those games for PvP. How big can I get? 5 meter. Oh my god, everything is so small. Shit. There's something. That looks like school of something. Skill tree is the same, just separate. Yeah. They separate PvP and PvE. I believe they are also a little bit different, just a little bit. Some skills behave differently between PvP and PvE. Is this school of European anglerfish, I think? I don't want that. Let's go here. Savannah Rift. There sure is a lot of Savannah Rift. It is a European anglerfish. I could hardly read that. Hardly read that. Gosh, it's too far. My eyes buena. I think it's just my eyesight buena. Rollins is making me want to play Draganica. I blame Rollins. Yeah. Avoiding responsibility. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the best. I'm sorry. Zebra oarfish? Ooh, okay. That looks cool. I mean, how funny that I'm so small, right? And then I've been told that yesterday was war there. I didn't know that's a thing too, holy shit. When I've been told like someone messaged me and be like, oh, hey Tira, you should be careful around dragons today. You know, it's 8/8. You know, it's like August 8th. And it's like, huh? Yeah, it's August 8th, what of it? And then they were like, don't you know? It's 8/8. It's 4-day. It's like 4-day? I didn't even know that's a thing. Holy shit. But I'm immune now because I'm a dirtball. I'm not just a kobold now. So I'm immune. I don't think I can get eaten when I'm a dirtball. I'm partially dragon. How can I get eaten? You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen. No. I love the chill Metal Sonic music. What if I can get like 1,000,000 out of the things that I fish now? No. Tiny giant squid. Tiny giant squid, huh? I'm sure that's not weird at all. Alright, any more poles around here? Other than that school of European anglerfish? I don't want that. No one school of European anglerfish. Maybe I should go bless my fish real quick though. So let's game horde, huh? Get that thigh? Okay. Let me bless my fish and then let's get that thigh. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Usually, I'm usually a kobold, but I wanted to be a dark bolt today. Or when I'm in VR chat, at least. Oh, Ify. Are you not feeling painful anymore? Are you feeling fine now? Oh. Amazing. This for 500 zombies and got my ass in 2020 is completely unexpected. Is that Project Zomboid? It is. Well, hope you had fun with Project Zomboid then. Welcome in, Purple Dragon. Welcome in, Raiders, as well. I'm Tira. Usually I'm a Kobo, but I'm kind of a Dragon Bolt today. In VR chat, at least. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragon stupids. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. 19? I thought I got more curse fish than that. Oh. Annie, hello. Don't know if I've seen this model before. It's the Doverbrodian model by Nefertiti. Yeah, hello. Spent 5 hours punching zombies and dying so many times I'm exhausted. Well, punching and dying does cause exhaustion, I believe, so yeah, remember to take care of yourselves and get that post-stream care. Get some rest, get some drink, get some food. Appreciate the raid again. Brilliant. Although this is only in VR chat, right? I'm doing a VR chat thingy where I'm a dark bolt. It broke. Oh no. How much is that? 300k. 300k is not that bad, I feel like. Okay, Evie. Done. Most of my deaths are from exhaustion, so I should make sure to not do the same in real life. Yeah. Take care of yourselves. And I also hope you're feeling better now with what you told me, right? We bless the fish. Let me see if there's any like pool for me to fish in. Other than that school of European anglerfish. Ugh. There's no pool. I still hate this boat. It's so loud. Maybe I should use the money to upgrade my surfboard, no? Probably gonna go eat pho now. Have fun fishing too. Thank you. Enjoy your pho. I haven't had a good pho over here. I don't even know if there's one that's like authentically good. You bless the fish, did they sneeze? Yeah, they sneeze so hard they become black and red. And golden. Let me finish my brunch so I go read Draganica. Chat. Mods. Rollins is making me want to play Read Draganica. Mods. No, I'm joking, it's fine. I want to fish still today, so I really want to see if the Leviathan health does stay or it refreshes. I'll enjoy it for sure. I will cry. I will cry. Pain shop. Wait, where's the upgrade again? Don't think it wants me to join. No, what's going on? No. Also, Dragon keeps timing out. Oh no. It could be because I'm in a Japanese server. It could be. I'm not too sure. If you don't mind, I could send an invite again and try again. But then it's entirely up to you. Craft for me. I want this Leviathan rod. You need 1 million for this. Look at this, it's so good. And that rod looks amazing. It's like I'm not close to Japan. I mean, Australia is kind of far away from Japan, no? Wait, if you're in Australia, aren't you further away from US? Wait, no. World is spherical. Oh. Maybe it's closer to US, question mark? Of course they are a bit obsessed over someone else's big Leviathan sized rod. Yeah. Especially when they incite me. Oh, what's going on? Gosh, wow, my throat sure feels itchy today. Holy shit. Crazy. Nah. What if they're inside me though? Oh no, I'm getting out of control. I forgot where to upgrade my. Oh, hi. Give flying fish. Oh, new pilots. Vroom. Nice. Oh yeah, there's another person that I was in Tanglewood. What am I thinking? Oh, I forgot. There's a quest in Tanglewood that I need to finish. Wonder why the throat is itchy. Must be a fish in there that needs to be removed. Good thing there's a ah, a rod that can shove down my throat. A Leviathan rod maybe? Just saying that. I forgot where to upgrade my surfboard. I thought it should be somewhere around here, no? Oh hey, it's you, Stinky. You still don't sell anything new, you suck. Where did that creature went? That creature had a exclamation mark on top. Eh, it's just gone? Huh? Naruto ran so fast that I couldn't even keep up. Is it you? Oh, it is you. 50k to upgrade to tier 2. Yeah. 150k to tier 3. It adds a little bit of top speed. Only? Maxed out. Does it not show maxed out boats? Canoe? No, I want my surfboard. I'm using my money for this. Can't afford. It's 500k to tier 4. Tier 4 surfboard looks really cool though, not gonna lie. It's a way to spend my money, but I have so many things I want to buy still. Japan is half the distance to USA. Oh, you cannot join still? Oh. I would remake the instance, but I haven't seen if the Leviathan health is lingering or refreshed. Oh. If you want to try, I can send an invite again. Let me try. Maybe even boop you as well. Boop with this. No. Nice rice boat. Sunset surfboard. I'm just gonna buy these. No, but I want this one. Sakura surfboard. Beans? Oh my god. Beans. Alright, how fast can my surfboard go? That's very fast. For a surfboard. Holy shit. That's way faster than I thought. I guess I want to upgrade my surfboard to the maximum just to have fun. I want to see, I want to let people see a surfboard can go as fast as a luxury speedboat. A luxury speedboat speed of a surfboard will be so much more fun, no? It's silent, it's cool, I can look at my beans. What's not to like about surfboard, huh? It seems they don't like me joining a Japanese server. Just tried my own instance. Oh no. Let me try it for an American. Okay. If it works, then it's definitely the server that I'm in then. I'm sorry about that. I didn't think about that. Oh, I didn't know. I guess that one time that you get to join was a rare case. I've been thinking about that anime about a kitty, a dragon raised by a kitty. I've been thinking about that anime a lot lately. I wonder if it's like fully a... Huh? I pocketed nothing. USW works on my end? Yeah, it's definitely my server then. Like this particular Japanese server. I got a skull. Maybe right now that I'm in an actual world. Okay, I'll give it a try. D. Here's hoping that it works. Unless I've been debated that Leviathan is only gonna appear once in a world. And then if you want more Leviathan, you have to rejoin a server? Or rejoin a world, question mark? Cursed huge seahorse for 0.3 kilogram? That is huge. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I would honestly just make a new instance, but I want to see the Leviathan thing. That's why I'm like hesitant to do it. I'm sorry. But now that I know, next time I can always make a server in the US, then it's a lot easier for people to join. Does that school of European anglerfish never goes away? I can show beans too. It's okay, it's almost time for partners, so I'll do other things. Okay. I'm sorry again. I just really didn't know that this could happen. Yeah, VR chat dum dum. For a surfboard, this is really fast. That is European anglerfish. It just doesn't go away. You're in? Uh-huh. I didn't even notice that you successfully joined. I was so busy looking at scraps. Or looking for scraps. Heck yeah, Evie's in. Yeah, this support is not bad. Like, it's not too slow. It could be faster, but it's not too slow, which is what makes surfboard really cool. But I couldn't take anyone around anymore though, which is kind of awkward. But it fits my size. I don't need to constantly change between size just to use the vehicle. Maybe I should upgrade my surfboard to the max tier first before anything. 500k is a lot, but I currently have 300k worth of fish, so that could help. We just need 450k, and then we get 500k, and then we can upgrade our surfboard to the next tier. I still don't know what that ghastly skull is for. I wonder if anyone has ever get that before. I mean, obviously people are gonna get that one. I just don't know where to use it. A huge mahi. Oh wait, oh Evie is there. Is Evie using a surfboard as well? I have a surfboard, but I cannot, the surfboard doesn't have a passenger seat. Another huge mahi. Hi Evie.
Hey.
What the heck? I saw a kilo fish. Nice boat. Something. Oh, there we go. Evie is the lucky charm. Okay, this is weird. I suddenly cannot fish. What the heck is going on? Something is eating my input? I can... Huh?
What does that mean?
I'm not too sure what's going on, but something is eating my input. And my fishing rod is bugged? Question mark? Oh, no it's not. Okay.
You're floating up in the air as well.
I'm on my surfboard. I want to see if it's the surfboard that's like making me cannot fish or something. No, I cannot cast anymore.
It's because you're on the surfboard?
I don't think so. Everything was fine just now. Anything walking in the background? Oh. I guess it's working properly again. That was weird.
I think it might have been because my boat was colliding with your boat.
Maybe not. I mean that happened a lot before, but it never causes fishing to get weird. That's the first time I encountered that problem. Tiny crab of 0 kilogram. Nice. Golden mahi mahi. Nice. Oh. Is it occult pool? Ooh, we should get that one. I'm going to the occult pool first. I love looking down. I can show my beans this way, chat. For free? Gosh. Cannot believe it. Free beans? Wow. Where's my other foot? Oh, there we go. It sure gets foggy very easily lately. Or like, not lately, but in this game. Look at that. It's the demon pool. But 5 minutes? Okay. I mean, 5 minutes. I can fish in this occult pool for 5 minutes. Please give more cursed fish. I have 526 fishes. What if I can get to 1,000 today? No, I don't think that's possible. Like my brain is like almost constantly thinking about Drakanika already, and it's like, wow, my brain is corrupted. I cannot fish again. What the heck? Cursed seahorse? Nice. I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be the FPS, but I don't know. Nope, I cannot. I cannot cast. Cast? Oh, oh no. Ay, ay, ay. Cursed oarfish. And moon rain? I guess the game is trying to help as much as possible now. So moon rain and then Leviathan in about 3 minutes. So when the Leviathan comes out, moon rain is still gonna be here, so that might help a lot, I feel like. Very nice. I remember there's someone who needs bomb fish as well. So there's 10 trash for the person in, or for the creature in Tanglewood. There's another creature that wants a bomb fish, but I don't remember where. Oh, there goes the couple. And so quick. I'm just gonna fish here for a little bit more. I'm pretty sure Leviathan is here soon. That's on an EV? But that is an EV, what do you mean? It's partially... Yeah, it's partially EV. See? Albino bombfish? Dang. Has it not been 5 minutes? I thought I fished for way more than 5 minutes already. Oh. Oh, there we go. I should get there while the moon ring is still happening. Oh, it's nearby too. Nice. Alright, I'm going. Bye bye, Evie. Hopefully the... Okay, the health bar resets. This sucks. So the health bar doesn't... The health bar doesn't linger. It resets on the new one entirely. No. Aww. Dev, change it. I don't want this. I don't want it. Oh, Evie's gone. Bye bye, Evie. I don't know if it's like gonna spend time with partner. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Have a good time with partner, Evie. And thanks for joining again. And also, hi Peter. Hi Dragon. You're a dragon today? Yeah. I'm a dark bulb today, so I'm immune to 4 day. I'm joking. But yeah, sometimes when I play VR chat, I kinda want to be a dark bulb. Pink? I haven't seen pink in a while. The beast of serpentfish. Nice. Also, how Peter is doing that. Oh, nice leg. Come on, clean a fish. That's a first cleaner fish. How much does this take away the health? not a lot, a tiny bit. So it is like a raid boss. Aww. I'm gonna message people and ask them to join me next time. I will force them to help me fish out the Leviathan. I am not bad, could be better. Well, hopefully being here helps a little bit. Or do whatever makes you happy. It's important to do things that you enjoy. Did my neck get booped? I would drink water after this Leviathan. I'm trying to get as much cleaner fish as possible. I really want this Leviathan to be like capable of getting it solo instead of just like I can never get it without 8 people in the server, you know what I mean? We had 3 people, even that is not even nearly enough, so it sucks. Like it'll be a nice middle ground, no? Huge cock, by the way. It'll be a nice middle ground where the Leviathan can like appear normally like this, and then the health bar actually like carries over. I think that's really nice. And then once we fish out Leviathan, you can just be like, oh, you caught the Leviathan, and then wait for a new one to appear again, you know? I feel like that would be really nice, no? It's like people who wants to have a faster progression towards Leviathan can with more people in the server. And people like me who is a dumbass who doesn't know how to ask people to join can have Leviathan but with more effort, you know what I mean? I feel like that's way better of a mechanic for the Leviathan. A health bar that carries over until it's fully finished. I feel like that's way better than just this, whereas people like me can never have a chance of getting Leviathan. Like that's that's 2 cleaner fishes damage. Number 3 immediately, very nice. That's 3 cleaner fish damage. Yeah. I don't think I want to change the frequency of how much we get the cleaner fish. I think the rarity of the cleaner fish is okay in my book. Ooh. It's just have the health bar carries over can fix so many problems, I feel like. Hi Nina. Welcome. Hope Nina is doing good. Oh, this might be the most cleaner fish I got in one. Wow, that's a lot of cleaner fish that I got. I got like 6 maybe. Like sure, I'm alone, I cannot do as much damage, right? Carries over health bar would be so fucking nice. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna keep complaining about it. I want a hacking health bar that carries over. That fixes so many problems. And I would fish so much more in this world if that's the situation. instead of a new Leviathan, new health bar every damn time. Sad dirt bulk noises. Feels like it's gonna slip away soon. Anyway, I can make a suggestion for the update for this game, for this particular fish world. I mean, it's probably going to be another Discord channel now. Everything is just a Discord channel now, myself included. Even my Twitch is like Discord channel, so it's like everything is a Discord channel now. Kinda crazy now that I think about it. Negative. That's different. What is this? Leviathan dorsal spike? Wait, I can just get them? By chance? Oh, okay. So there's a chance to get Leviathan rods still. It's just way harder. Unless I can get scale from that only dorsal. This Leviathan feels like it's lingering a little bit longer than before. Maybe I'm just schizo, but I don't know. Huge sunfish, nice. Yeah, there we go. Slip back into the depths. Would be nice if the health bar carries over, but what can I do? It is what it is, not much I can do. I can only complain about it. There's no way to get Leviathan alone. Sigh. I guess we can try to get more cursed fish. Why not? Also, I never realized this, but holy heck, the washing machine that we have is extremely loud. Like, I didn't even realize that that's the washing machine noise until a few days ago. Morning, Akko. Morning, morning. I should drink water. Peter told me to drink water. I hope Akko is doing good. I'm gonna eat this sweet pastry again. Gosh, I love this thing. It's so affordable, but it's not something that I can eat always. It's so sweet, but it's so good. Oh, nice. Big belly. Cursed tiny manta ray. Actually, I wonder, does the tiny modifier makes the fish sell for less money or more? Ooh, more cursed. Would be nice if all the fish I got is a cursed one. And I can bless them for more money. Cursed crab. Cursed tiny Atlantic salmon? I think this one counts as like the pool modifier still. They disappeared right after I have put it in. That's a celestial chasm. That looks like Savannah Rift, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think that's Savannah Rift. Let's go to Celestial Chasm. Oh. I couldn't get the Leviathan. Oh. No. I want the Leviathan. Meh. Oh hey, my autopad is here still. I forgot. How are you doing? It looks pretty good. Tiny bollock? Isn't that another saying of tiny balls? Oh yeah, actually chat. I know this is probably gonna be me venting a little bit again, but it's a little bit of me venting, but I also want to explain what happened this morning, which made me started my stream rather late today. So something very fucked up and also kind of funny happened this morning. So my nephew, right? Sorry. Wait. Whoa. So my nephew wanted to hang out with his mom this morning, meaning my second sister, who is a diabolical being, right? So my nephew is like, so we wanted to bring our nephew out to eat together, have lunch together, but then nephew is like, no, I kind of want to hang out with mom today. like he says that it's like, oh yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, sure. You can go ask your mom about if she wants to bring you out today to have food with you, to have lunch with you. But then obviously we all know the answer to this one. So we were listening downstairs, right? We were listening downstairs and see what kind of excuse she produced for her own child. Why she couldn't bring her own child for a little dinner, for a little food session, right? And then her reason is she needs to have, and I quote, she needs to have lunch with a policeman so she cannot bring her own child together to have lunch. And we all fucking know that is a diabolical lie. For someone who has been a serial liar for the past decades, who the fuck just suddenly have lunch with a policeman who in the right mind would say, oh, I'm just gonna have lunch with a policeman. You cannot come. We hear that, and then the nephew is like, oh, policeman is cool. Maybe you can bring me there and we can meet this policeman together. Right? My nephew says that to her mom. Right? He said that. It's like, yeah, I want to meet the cool policeman. Policeman is cool, right? Right? Like, because my nephew likes policemen. My nephew likes firemen. Which is, like, just like a kid, right? And like that's valid. That's normal. That's actually really cool, right? Like my nephew has been trying to improve as well, and we've been teaching our nephew how to be a decent human being, and then that diabolical second sister of mine has been trying to reverse our teaching more and more every day. We've been trying, but yeah, that's what happened this morning. That's why we have to like take care of the nephew. Like we all know already that our nephew will not be able to hang out with his own mom because his own mom is a diabolical liar, serial liar who lives in lies and deceit for decades and will only know how to lie to, and will only use her own child as a tool, right? We all know that already. He like that second sister of mine is just a textbook waiting to be read. Like I know her every move, her every like speech of what she wants to say. She's just an open book, honestly, right? So we all know. That's why we were all downstairs waiting for the nephew to be like, oh no, my mom said that she cannot bring me to have lunch with her, so she forces me to go with you guys. And then we're all like, oh no, I'm sorry, well, you can always come with us. We were all like this. We all know what's gonna happen already. It's so fucking obvious. that is so, like, God, that is so sad actually, right? Like me, I don't like kids, but for my nephew to like wants to hang out with his mom so much, but then his mom is a diabolical liar for for decades already, and who doesn't even who lives in lies and deceit for decades. I feel bad for my nephew. That's why we've been trying our best to like make our nephew have an okay childhood, right? Instead of letting that second sister of mine ruin his childhood forever. We've been trying. And then especially like my poor nephew actually got sick with some sort of a skin condition lately. And obviously that skin condition makes my nephew looks, I'm sorry to say, horrendous, right? Because, skin situation. my poor nephew. Like we've been bringing him to see doctor, applying ointments, meds to fix whatever is going on with his skin. Right, there's like a lot of like a lot of rash going on his chin, especially the mouth area. Right, the mouth area is all like rash, broken. Like we don't know what's going on, but the condition seems to be getting a little bit better now. And you know what? My nephew is kind of strong actually, right? He didn't cry. I mean, he was crying a little bit at first. Obviously, if we wouldn't, that shit looks painful as hell. And after the first day, he cried. He didn't cry for the next few days. Like he did not go to school for 2 days for obvious reasons, right? Who would want to go to school? That thing looks contagious, so we've been trying to like make him wear face mask and then apply ointments, have more meds, trying to fix the situation, right? We've been trying, and then you know what his mom does? Goes out every night. And you know what his mom does even worse? Every night his mom is like, my second sister is like, oh no, he cannot sleep with me. It's contagious. She like I'm so sorry, but who the fuck says that about her own child? Who can my nephew rely on if that is what his mom says? Like my sister straight up just says that is contagious. He cannot sleep with me in the same room. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? That's your own child, and then you would just kick him out because he's currently having a skin condition, looks terrible, and is having and is in extreme pain constantly every day. I wanted to do something that is against Twitch TOS that day, when like I was nearby her room when all of this unfolded in front of me. I wanted to do something that is against Twitch TOS that I cannot say. Well, nothing about like, it's just really bad, right? It's just like, who, man, who, a mom does that to her own child is wild. Maybe it's wild to me because my mom is an angel, so I don't know, right? I don't know. This is that is just extremely fucked up. So, like, my nephew's skin condition started about 3 days ago. No, 4 days ago actually. Yeah, 4 days ago the skin condition started. He started crying and stuff. And it is 4 days ago that my nephew cannot sleep with his own mom. And I mean cannot. He was like, oh, Mom, I'm in pain. I need you to take care of me tonight. He said that to his own mom. Like, how? It makes me sad. It makes me sad. Like, I'm not the nephew's parents. I'm just an uncle, right? But good God, when a kid says that, towards his own mom, and then his own mom just be like, no, go sleep somewhere else. It's contagious. I don't want you to give that to me. Like, that is just no, right? So recently we've been taking care of We've been taking care of our nephew. Like my mom, me, my third sister, and my fourth sister have been trying our best. What the fuck is wrong with my mouse? Have been trying our best to take care of the nephew. We've been trying, right? We brought him to the clinic, and his skin condition seems to be getting better at least, right? I cannot believe I'm saying this, but even though as much as I hate kids, I do hate kids. I fucking hate kids. I never want to have any kids. But my poor nephew. What the fuck? No one, absolutely no one deserves to live like that. For fuck's sake. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to be treated as a tool 24/7. No one deserves to be kicked out by their own mom when they're struggling, suffering with what looks like a scary skin condition. No one, absolutely no one. So yeah, we've been trying. It's also part of the reason why I started streaming late these days. Oh my god, why is it not working? I mean, it's working, but it's weird. Okay, there we go. Like, I'm holding the button. It's not holding for me. It's like spamming. I feel really bad for your nephew, then. At least it got you and your mom. Yeah, like me and my mom, who is... I mean, I'm lucky to be able to do this and earn enough for a living, right? Like, I'm a Twitch streamer who is earning enough for a living currently, right? I mean, obviously, it's like a lot of funds that we need to pay off, but that's besides the point, right? So that also means I get to stay at home most of the time. So when anything happens, my mom can always come to my room and ask for my help anytime they want, right? I think that's also a blessing. Well, my mom cannot really rely on my fourth sister as much because my fourth sister is also kind of a dead weight here. My fourth sister is kind of living in her own fantasy where she thinks not working for money and then she can live off of no money and just mom can take care of her forever. Like, that's my fourth sister has been doing lately for the past few years, by the way. She's not working. She wakes up at afternoon, watches TV, and then until nighttime, cook one time, be mad, and then goes to sleep and repeat. Sure. I mean, at some point, at one point, I asked her about like, hey, do you have any like plan of like maybe you want to do in like a simple job somewhere? I said simple job, right? Because she cannot handle any stress apparently, and I asked her about this, and then she started to be offended. She starts to be like, "What job for what? Walao eh? You want me to do job? What about you? You just stay in your room and do nothing, huh?" And it's like, yo, chill. I'm not saying anything bad to you. It's like, good God, why are you saying? I'm not even like trying to insult you or anything. I was being like, you are 30 plus years old. You're jobless. You are leeching off your mom. You're not paying off anything. You're not helping with anything. I was asking maybe you could do like a simple job where it doesn't involve you just lying on the couch all day, watching TV all day and do nothing all day. Like literally all day, and then you cook once and then you complain about it. I mean, sure, cooking dinner is tough. I get that. I don't like cooking dinner. But if you make cooking dinner as your point of being too stressed out to do anything else, you are woefully wrong, right? You cook one meal a day, not three. All right. Oh fuck! My mouse is not working properly. What is this? I couldn't fish properly. So yeah, I know there has a lot of things going on. A lot of things are going on with my family, right? And I know I'm kind of venting a little bit here, but I also kind of want to share what has been going on with my family, and that's what and why I've been so stressed out about everything lately. It's kind of just one that's been going on with my family. So yeah, my fourth sister is kind of a time bomb actually. uh like sure she's not harming anyone, but it's also she is extremely hard to talk to. And if you say anything that is if you say I mean I tried multiple times to gently talk to her about like if you don't if you don't work a little bit, at least a little bit a week, right? I'm not asking for like a full-time job. You could try a part-time job. That's always a choice, right? You don't need to spend your entire day working from 5 in the morning to 9 in the night. You could try to work half a day for 5 days a week. Jobs like that exist. It exists. Or you can find something that's even lesser, right? If you want, you could like work in a nearby local golok meat stand where it's like you have to wake up really early though, but usually it's just half day of work. You work half a day and you have the entire day for yourself, right? I gave you some suggestions about like some simple jobs that we can try to do instead of like just doing nothing and then leech off your mum to pay anything, to buy things, to pay off your things, right? And then I got shouted at and be like, why do you want me to do a job? I've been cooking dinner for years. And you guys hate me so much. Like, goddamn. She mentioned that we hate her because we don't like her cooking once a day and do nothing else after. It's it's kind of crazy. But then, me being here, sure, right? Sometimes when I do stuff like this, I stream VR chat or I stream games. Nothing much is happening, but surprisingly enough, Twitch bill, like Twitch money is kind of enough for me to like survive my own, like I can pay off bills. Just sometimes I have to manage my money a little bit strictly. Unlike last month, I miscalculated and then I need the coffee goal to help me a little bit. But I hope that doesn't happen anymore because that one was stupid. But yeah, at least I'm still trying, right? And then recently I kind of want to start doing art again so that I can hopefully maybe earn myself a little bit more of an income. I think I wanted to. Like, I've been trying. Like, I don't want to just lie on the couch, watch TV shows and do nothing until nighttime. I won't be able to sleep properly every night if that's if that's my life. I would so question myself. Like I would just question myself if is this the right way to live, you know? Like I can feel that too because I've been I remember I remember I was sick for 3 weeks before, right? Recently. 3 weeks ago I was sick. Until now I'm still kind of sick, right? But especially when I'm sick, I couldn't do anything, right? I can only lie on bed, do nothing. And then I start to feel like, holy fuck, I'm so useless. Like, oh shit. Like, I couldn't just lie on bed and do nothing for a whole day. I feel bad. But then apparently my fourth sister finds that good. It's weird. Tikaka. Tikaka. Hello. Kobo evolved to a dragon? A dirtball. Close enough. Hope Tikaka is doing good. I'm a dirtball. Only when I play VR chat I can become a dirtball. Hope Tikaka is doing good. Pretty durable? Well... well, it is a model that's made by Nefertiti, so... it's the Dover Brodian. Oh, Elder Boat Friends doing good. Oh, I got one fish in before it disappears. Struck by kindness? Yeah. Everyone look at Elder Boat Tikaka friend. Very amazing. Good. Got my morning coffee and apple pie and with old ice cream, mum. Ooh, amazing. Heck yeah. That's a very nice morning meal. Heck yeah. Hope you enjoy those food. And I've been talking about a little bit of my family situation. I know I'm venting again, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it with so many things happening. Look at me, I'm on a surfboard. I'm a cool traveler. It was supposed to be dessert for yesterday's picnic. It started to rain. I think I saw in Tikri's stream that you mentioned the picnic. It was raining throughout the entire picnic time, which is unfortunate. But I'm glad the dessert is safe still. We love to hear what's going on in your life. Yeah, but it's honestly just all venting of like the bad things that has been happening for the past few years. Especially after my dad's passing. I've been living in kind of a struggle. Right? But I've been trying. And Kobo have been trying. Lots of suddenly there's like lots and lots of mortgage that I need to pay off ever since dad's passing, while I started with nothing, right? So it's kind of tough. And then I was talking about like my nephew's situation for the past few days has been extremely sad. Like, my second sister, being my nephew's mom, is the most diabolical liar of all time. Yeah. I mean, a TLDR would be... A TLDR, let's see. To summarize what I was saying about... Ooh, it's breaky. What I was saying about my nephew's situation is that nephew got sick with... got a very bad skin condition. And... essentially... his mom dumped him. I mean, essentially, right? It was drizzling almost the whole time. And Rin tried to steal my blankie, but we preserved for a good while. Well, I need broken English.
But you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Hello. 你好, 你好. I can't really do the yeet stuff at command, so I will yeet stuff at you in chat. Uh-oh. I'm being yeeted. I'm being yeeted. Oh, it's a copy pasta about hydration every 60 to 90 minutes. Or 90 minutes. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. But yeah, it's like my nephew got got dumped by his own mother for the past few days while my heckin' my nephew have been contacted with a very bad skin disease. No, it has been really bad, honestly. But this one. Is it? It's kind of weird, yeah. I forgot how to speak broken English. I know lah. I Malaysia people can speak broken English. What forget? It's in my blood. My blood. Hope they're better now. Yeah. I mean, we have been taking care of our nephew. Like me, my mom, and my third sister have been trying our best to take care of the nephew while his mom has been out all day. And what happened? Oh yeah, this morning was really sad too. But we all know what happened. Kobo forget how to speak prawn. A little bit long. No lah, no forget lah. It's like I need to get into the mindset that I want to speak broken English. Then I can speak prawn. Can I? I mean, it's easy one. I'm Malaysia people, man. Malaysia people speak broken English is very easy one. So yeah, the skin condition is getting a little bit better now. And it's also that
we need to take care of the nephew for a bit. That's why I started stream a little bit late as well today. Gosh, Angel Island's music is so good. What? It's super good, yeah. Walao eh. I can listen to Angel Island music until I sleep, and then I'll still listen to Angel Island music. It's kind of funny too, like I feel a little bit weird speaking broken English on stream, right? But then if when I'm not streaming, right, I don't speak proper English the one. I don't speak proper English the leh. I speak like this kind of English when I'm not streaming here. But then when I'm streaming and then you want me to speak broken English, I need to get into like the mindset of me. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. I got shiny. it mine now. It mine. Okay, where else can I go? Oh, there's one pool over there. Surfboard dragon. You just need someone else to bounce Malanglish or Singlish. Honestly, yeah, having someone speaking Manglish, Malanglish, or Singlish with me makes it a lot easier for me to like have the mindset of speaking that version of English. Yeah. Thank you, Hannah. Gem for Kobo. Fishing for 4 hours, I finally got a gem. Would another language's English work? I'm not too sure. Maybe? Maybe? I never heard of like a different kind of English before other than Malay English or Singlish. Wonder if the loop play is going to work. Oh, it does. Nice. You've heard my Rallian Clanty. Well, I tried Divinity Urges and why you can only be human. That's why I don't play 1. It's shit. Because there's no hot lizard people that you can play as. Play 2. It's superior. You can be hot lizard lady and kill everything. I don't know what Rallian Calanti is though. Shadow huge bombfish? Oh my god, the round. You two go around ad blockers again? Oh, woe is me. I'm using Brave browser. Oh shit. Nah, I think Brave browser got my back. Rally English, the Finnish accent. I mean, even when Tikaka is speaking with a Finnish accent, it's still like a proper English. Like words and everything is still like in the proper in terms of words. It's still like proper English, right? The thing about Singlish or Malanglish is like you have you add a lot of la lole to the end of your sentence, and la lole differs in meaning. You can go okay law, it's like fine, just go ahead. Okay la, it's like okay, I agree but I hate it. Okay it's like you have a bit of a doubt with the agreement. Like you have like la lo le like a lot of different ways to end a sentence, and then you have like language campuran is like still got a lot more one I know, but I cannot remember. Okay lah, okay lah. Okay lah. I know, nice lah from games. Nice lah. Hi man. Kena kena. Kena kena. I use kena kena a lot now. How it goes? Pretty nice. I've been fishing for 4 hours and I couldn't fish. I couldn't fish a Leviathan because this game sucks. This game is good, but I'm on a surfboard. I like surfboard. Hope May is doing good. Welcome. Nice. And got cock. Oh my god, brick. Yeah, and then there's also like you have mixed language, because in Malaysia we have three main languages. So sometimes when we speak Chinese, we'll mix a little bit of English into it, or Malay. Essentially, we mix 3 different languages when we speak, which is weird, but I mean, Malaysia. I mean, instead, I mean, the easiest example would be you have iced coffee. In Malaysia, is kopi peng. Or kopi peng is more East Malaysian prevalent. You have like kopi peng is more West Malaysian, West Malaysia like prevalent. Like peng is like peng is in East Malaysia. Kopi ice siu dai. What is siu dai? What? Oh, sao ah, ta bei sao. Oh, kopi ice siu dai. Copy that's copy ice small big question mark. Siu dai. Oh wait, no, if it's siu then dua is dua is big. My bad. What's dai then? Unless siu is a different sub Chinese. Oh. Iced coffee, less sugar. You die? I never heard someone order that. Maybe it's like a West Malaysian thing. I mean, if we want to order something that's like less sugar, around here it's just like something kurang manis lo. Like if you want a kopi peng kurang manis lo, that's like iced coffee less sugar. It's very rare to add adjustments after asking for kopi peng, to be honest. Yeah, it is, but kopi I've been ordering kopi o peng kurang manis lah because I don't want to. I mean, I have to reduce my sugar intake, so I have to go kopi o peng kurang manis. Kopi o essentially, I mean, kopi has condensed milk and sugar, so it's like double the sugar. And then you have kopi o is just coffee with sugar without the condensed milk part, so it's a little bit less, it's a little bit less sweet in general. That's what my doctor is like. Don't order, why are you ordering kopi peng? Just go for kopi o peng lah. Hiya, what are you doing? It's like, does it make a difference? And then my doctor's like, yeah, it make a difference. Did you know they use condensed milk instead of like fresh cream? What do you mean? It's like, huh? Condensed milk plus sugar? Now we know. Although I don't know if every kopitiam does the same thing, but most of the place does apparently, according to my doctor. How many fish do I have right now? 727. We're almost to 1,000 fish. We're almost at full inventory. Kobo goes crazy with fishing, no? Ooh, that looks cool. Chat, I kind of want to reduce my cobalt size. Can I do that? I mean, I already reduced it once. What if I do it again? What if I make myself smaller again? So canonically, I was 106 centimeters, and then I reduced the size from that to 75 cm, and now I kind of want to make myself smaller than that. I was thinking 69 or either 69 cm or 50. Look, I just like being small, okay? I like being small, I don't know. Being small is great. I like being small. And I think I kinda want to do some art tomorrow as well. Gonna start doing art again. We could do, yeah, we could do like art and then do something else after. I think that would be nice. Nice. Want to go from bite-sized to nibble-sized? Yeah. So that I can easily crawl around dragons when I want to. Like, I'm finding a dragon gym, and then just crawl around, crawl all over the dragon. There's a Twitter post I found a few days ago that I can show. It's like a Kobo crawling over dragon. I like that one. Give me a second. Give me multiple seconds actually. I need to find it. Feels like it's a little bit far though. Oh, no, it's not far at all. I found it. Oh, I'm gone. I'm back. This one is too small. Look. That's me. That's me. Can you loop? Can I loop this? It's so good. No matter how big Kobo, always palm size for a dragon. And then I can crawl over dragon like this. That's adorable. I know, it's so good. It's so like well animated as well. And oh my god, it's so adorable. That's a little yip at the end there. Very, very nice. Right. It's so nice. Hi, Dragon Colony. Oh. Now 150k points. Nice, congrats. That also means that I need to start doing art again, which I've been doing lately. Since I finally finished fighting my own inner demon, and I feel a little bit easier to start doing art now. And I do plan on doing art more. Maybe like 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days a week. So yeah, it feels nice. Like when I think about doing art tomorrow, I don't feel scared. I don't feel fear. I don't feel anxiety at all. Well, maybe a little bit, but not as much as before. To the point where I just want to avoid doing art entirely. So maybe having the 150k redeem does make me feel anxious. But I made that redeem and I need to take responsibility for it. So yeah. With that in mind, I need to start doing art again. After me going through the backlogs, I'm gonna start opening up the redeem. I'm not too sure since a lot of people already have 150k already, and I don't know if I want to make it like a first come first stuff or a raffle system. My face when I'm past half a million channel. Yeah, I stream too much, doesn't it? Holy shit. I stream so much, it's crazy. Wow. If you want, you can pause reading for a while if it makes you anxious. Or just do mine forever. I sure hope not. I'm almost finished with yours, so... I just need to do the texturing and stuff after. I mean, I just need to add teeth, decimate for the high res, and then remesh for the low res. Export it to Blender. Start doing the technical stuff now after. Lights, camera, action. I forgot I'm not using luxury speedboat anymore. What's your reaction to see electric wing outfits? I think you forgot about your... Yeah, I saw. electric. It's like literally everything Deadpool does is from another game. It's so fucking amazing. So many games that I fucking I saw Condor's Fire. Condor's Fire. Oh my god, Deadpool is so fucking amazing in Tokon. First come first serve is best way to redeem. Maybe say to like 3 people and make sure you have, say it will only be active once all 3 redeems are finished. You can also limit the redeems for like per stream or per person or by time. Your health is highest priority. Yeah, I think limit it to like two redeems, because the shoulder, the redeem that I'm trying to do is I will do baseline a shoulder up sculpture for you, right? For you, the viewer, right? I will do that, and then the one that I'm doing, they have a choice of adding money, and I will do like a full body or very basic rig. Should I do rig? No, I think I'll just like add it to full body, because I feel like my rigging is so painfully basic and bad. I think that's a bad idea. Since I'm not doing like manually the retopology, and my retopology is like lazily bad, so I should probably avoid that. I'll just do like a, you can choose to add money, and then I will make you like a full body sculpture. Something like that. If we get back to art, I'll draw you on the VT's palm. Bribery. Oh my god, the bribery is so effective. Oh my god. Deal. I'll start doing art again. I mean, I already started on... Was it Thursday or Friday? I forgot. Was it Friday? No, I started on Thursday. I redone the wings. I finished. Well, I did the paws to look better, and I added claws. I just need to add the teeth next time, and do the technical stuff after. 3 emotional paw support bolts. Just gonna make a blank paw for every bolt to seal them together. Holds out paw. I am sitting on that. I'm holding that paw. Rigging OSB remake now. Yeah. Yeah. You can, I mean, if usually the rigging that I do is on Blender, you can just, if I were to do rigging, and then if anyone wants to change it, they could either just modify the rig or just delete it entirely and rework on it. It's possible. You just have to like separate, you just have to separate the mesh and the armature, and then we can just redo the entire thing. It's possible. But I don't think I want to do rigging because my rigging is so bad. I'll just do like a fully textured full model after you pay money. And then without paying money, if it's just a redeem, I'll just do like a fully textured shoulder up sculpture. A shoulder up sculpture for 150k feels a little bit less, question mark? Because essentially shoulder up sculpture is just a bust. Like, it's just head plus shoulder. Maybe waist up would be better. I mean, I did a few waist up before. The first one I did was Breen's. It was waist up. And then I did my sister's generic fox one. It was like whole body because it's like small creature. And I did that. Might not look as good though. And then I did Jade, who is also waist up only. I think I did Jade waist up, right? Wait, let me check. I have the files, I can check. Yeah, I did waist up only. I made Jade like the villain. Oh my god, I made Jade like a villain. Here. Whoa, holy shit, Jade's a villain. This is without the table, just the full. Man, I did good on the texture actually, I'm surprised. Like, the texture here is not bad, no? Wow, I forgot. I forgot. Hand painted eyes. It's kind of funny. Oh yeah, I have the oh. Don't look. The face could be so much better. Oh my god. Yeah, I did Jade on waist up. Or like, yeah, waist up. Or like, this is thigh up, but details. I don't know why I decided to make Jade like a villain. Like the first idea. Oh yeah, see, I made the fur like this as well. Kind of shows a little bit. I cannot I cannot believe I did this texturing. Wow, crazy. How did I even do that? Wow. And then yeah, this is my initial idea. Seems a little bit too dark. Oh wait, no, this is better because I added a light source here. A tiny light source to show the face a little bit. Brecky's idea, which is really cool. This one in general is just maybe a little bit too dark. This one, yeah, it's a little bit too dark. I can't see anything. So this is the latest one. Add a little bit of emissive on the eyes, and then add a little bit light source in the middle here, and then black. And at the back, I want to show this line here, which is really nice. The table, and then the big shadow that's like imposing shadow. I really like the idea. Big wings, scary, likes Jade. Jade villain. But yeah, I did waist up. I did Breen as well. Where's the picture? Do I know a picture for Breen? I do. Breen is actually just like body up. I messed up the eyes so hard for Breen though. I actually cheated. I went and bought this hoodie model. I don't know how to make clothing, so I made this. I didn't make this. I bought this hoodie 3D model and I just slap it on. It's actually empty inside. You can only see it through here. Like from here there's something. After here there's just like nothing. I mean, the cloth is covering it, so I had fun making Brian. And I made this one who is my sister's idea. Not the best, honestly, but not the best. But I tried. I tried my old ways of my old ways of texturing, not the best. The snoot looks so cute. I'm actually surprised the snoot looks fine. It's just something about this model looks wrong, especially these part. I was studying foxes a lot. I was looking at references on how they sit like this and stuff. I couldn't understand. It feels a little bit weird. 2? What's 1? Nothing really changes here. It's simple, but I guess it doesn't look too bad actually. After looking at it again, it's actually not too bad. I'm surprised this one works too, like this one. If you want a full sculpture but don't have the money at the time, could you always revisit that model? Yes. You can. Because I actually saved the files. Like I have these ZBrush files. I have the Blender files. I have the FBX files. I have the texture files. So I still have these saved until I don't have enough space, which is soon. Oh no. But these honestly don't take too much, so I'll probably just delete something else, so don't worry. What's BB? Who's BB again? Oh wait, this is the first. Oh, what was the first one? BB. I forgot. Oh my god. I made BB first. I made Wolf's Kobold first. I forgot. Oh wow, what is this backlight? God damn. Who am I trying to riz? Holy pink purple light. Doesn't look too bad. Like the proportion looks fine to me. I tried to add self highlight. I don't know how to do that properly. Oh yeah, I was doing a lot of like the horns gave me a lot of trouble, but eventually I figured out how to use the triplanar thing on Substance Painter and just did this one. Not too bad. And then texturing on the scales, I made these fun stuff. I actually made this on my own too. It looks simple, but it's shiny and it's golden. I remember I was struggling so hard on making the head too. Yeah, these faceplate scales, gosh, they gave me so much trouble. And then I made like simple fur stuff here, the tail and everything. Yeah, BB is really fun to make. I miss Wall. I miss Wall. It's been so long. I hope Wall is doing okay. And this is Zeus that I've been still making, not finished yet. Zeus is like my first quadruped dragon that I'm trying to make. So it's a lot harder. But we're almost finished with it. I miss them too. It's been so long. I know. I hope Wolf is doing okay. I didn't even realize there's a pool here. Oh, it's happening again. The weird fishing thing. Where when I hold the button, it doesn't hold, it spams instead. It feels weird. I think sometimes when talking about my own model, I just really like to show... I really like to show what I learned from making that model. It's fun. You time for a flash drive backup. Flash drive backup? What's that? The eel is warranted. I feel like the one that I learned the most... Actually, the time that I learned the most about modeling is actually when I was making the Salazar model. Well, when I was making my Salazar model, I actually learned a lot about like efficiency sculpting and also like the UV unwrapping and stuff, and then using texture paint as a way to blink as well. It's all very interesting. I feel like I learned a lot when I was making a Salazar model back then, which is kind of surprising, honestly. You thought I would learn the most when I'm making my most complicated model. I would say that my most complicated model would be my Kobo and or my latest dragon model, my latest Linglong model. I feel like those are like my most complicated model. The biggest thing I learned about making my Kobo model is the fur pattern and how to model out fur or fur piles. Right, it's a fun way to learn, to just like slap a bunch of weird banana shapes and somehow they work. Somehow they work. And I've been using that method of fur with my models for the longest time. Well, any model that I make after the Kobo model, I'll be using that method of fur, which feels really nice, honestly. It's a lot simpler. It's a lot more optimized. Well, I wouldn't say it's a lot more optimized because my old ways of making fur is just texture painting it, which looks bad. I mean, obviously I have to add more polygons when I'm trying to add more fur piles, but I found a way that's like really... I mean, ZBrush has a way to optimize poly counts a lot. Burning huge common stingray, that looks really cool. So ZBrush has this Z remesher, which is really nice, right? But the decimator is the nicest tool in ZBrush. I'm being spoiled by ZBrush, honestly. It's so good. Electric giant squid. 776 fishes. I think next week, if I'm doing the fishing thing, I'm going to DM people to ask if they want to join. Instead of just like lazily make a Discord announcement only. Yeah, I should DM people and ask them to join. I feel like that's way better. Let's go Tanglewood. I'm gonna blast my cursed fish and then see how much money I earn out of this 4.5 hours of fishing. I nearly completely forgot about Void Trader. Void Trader in fish or something else? In Warframe? Oh. I haven't been playing Warframe after I graduated from Baby 10, no? I would love to be able to make it to a next art stream. I'm so bad at keeping up with people's schedules. Oh, it's okay. I mean, to make it to my art stream, you have to wake up really early, though, no? If I start at, let's say, 12 p.m., it would be like early 6 a.m. for you, I think, or 5. And then if I'm doing art, I think I'll probably do like 2 to 3 hours of art, not too much. It's midday right now, so 12:30. It's 5:19 p.m. here. Yeah. Nah. This is my time currently. Sunday 5:20. Ooh. 4-3-2-1, so 5 hours difference? I thought it would be like maybe 6 or 7 hours difference. I'm so smart. I'm just getting hit by grass. Hi, Samuel. What's up? Who are you? Samuel. Call sign Paperboy. Ultra secret agent. Then we classify information actually. My boss gonna be mad. It changes with winter. Oh, right. There's like a thing called daylight savings, right? Hello. 27. Nice. Any scraps up here? I don't think there's any scraps up here. I don't think there will be any scraps on the in the church. Yeah. So daylight savings would change. That does make sense. Yeah. So now it looks like you're like 5 hours earlier than I am. Give trash. Here's some leftover scrap. Nice, thank you. Did you take my lucky charm? I hope not. Okay, my cursed seaweed is here. Negative own. My blessed broken umbrella is here. Nice, good. I want to see how much I can make. They said I think 8 a.m. my time today. A little bit later. I started at almost 1 p.m. If it's 1 p.m. then minus 5. I would say I started at 12:30. So minus 5 would be about about 8 a.m. Yeah, sounds about right. Looks about right. $600K for all of that? I couldn't see the monitor, I'm too small. Chat, I'm too small, help. guess 600k is not bad. I don't think there's a fish that that I feel significant enough for me to lock. I did lock a few that I want to lock, but I could just sell all of these. Thank you. Let's go upgrade our surfboard then. It's time to go to Crescent Isle. Huh, I didn't know my surfboard is floating. My surfboard is gonna be so fast. I love a fast surfboard. I mean, it's gonna get to like 3 stars top speed, I think. It's 500k. It's fine. I mean, 500k, I can always just fish on and off a little bit sometimes. It doesn't feel too bad. I just feel bad because I cannot fucking get the Leviathan. Angry dark bolt noises. I really wish they would just change the Leviathan to be like a HP bar that carries over. I think that would solve so many problems. That I don't need a session of 8 people at least to fish out the Leviathan. You know, for a dumbass like me, it's gonna be really hard to do, you know? I want a Leviathan. And out of all this fishing time, so for I would say about 4 hours, I only see 2 Leviathan appearing. At average 2 hours per appearance. Something like that. It's kind of bad though. Yeah. Oh no, upgrade's not you. Hello. 500k. Yeah, see, that's a boost. You can boost. Tier 5 1 million. 5-star boost. 1 million. 1 million surfboard. Wow. I could do that. Let me see how strong the surfboard is now. Essentially, that's 4 hours of fishing money gone. It's kind of fucked up, but it's fine. Sally? Ni med something? Oh. Alright, here we go. Fast surfboard. Oh my god, it's so fast. Holy shit. Oh, I can speed up with surfboard now. Holy shit, surfboard is so fast. What the fuck? Oh, it's so oh my god, I can make it so much faster. What the hell? It's so good. Heck yeah. Imagine surfboard outpacing luxury speedboat. The surfboard outpacing luxury speedboat is never going to be not funny. It's almost like someone driving a Ganjiu and then someone's driving a Bugatti or Ducati, and then And then the kanchu is like linking the car from behind. It's like, wait. This is so fast, holy shit. I love it. I think the speed is equivalent to Liu Yak's speed, I think. I mean, close enough, I guess. Oh, wait, I need to go back to Crescent Isle. I want to see if yeah, I forgot. I wanted to check if the dorsal fin is the thing that I need to make a Leviathan rod. I also think I had enough fishing today. I had fun fishing. So next week I think I kind of want to do this again, but next week I'm going to try and DM people and ask if they want to join or not. It'll be easier to gather people like that other than just announcing on my Discord only. I learned. I'm being dumb too. Oh yeah, chat, look, we have a dragon here. I mean, other than me being a dragon, but look. Hi. Oh my god, dragon. Tiny wings too. Heckin' adorable. Need something forged? I'm your gal. Craft for me. Solid stuff, let's get started. Leviathan rod. Let's see. It is! I need 5 of them. I have enough scraps. I have 22 scraps? Oh, it's the quest I just finished. Okay. I don't know what this is. I never seen this thing before. So these two is definitely from the Leviathan. A most legendary rod forged to perfection. It costs 1 million. Money is so hard to make in this game. Mossy relic. Alright, we can combine. We can merge relics to the next tier relic. Yeah. So powerful relic is needed to make this, right? 1. I have 4. 22. Should we go Gamba for a little bit? Let's go Gamba 10 times. Bye bye dragon. Smooch. Mwah. Ooh. There is worth 1 million. I thought I worth more. Kobo want more money. Hiya. Uh-oh. This just in. Kobo couldn't aim. Alright, there we go. Let's go to the Luxian Dunes. Dragon? Oh my god, Mars. Hello. I missed Mars' message. Oh my god. Hi, Squeaky Dragon. I recently love squeaky creatures a lot more now. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Hope Shiny Dragon doing good. I have a very newfound appreciation towards squeaky shiny creatures. You wonder why? You know. you know. It's great though. It's so good though. I mean, not only that video, I actually love squeaky creatures a little bit back then already. And then that video just reinforces my feeling towards like squeaky creatures. We're gonna gamba. you okay? Me? Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? I'm always okay. Life is good. Are you though? Is it though? Hi Queen. Tips? Totally fabulous tip. There are super big space whales known as astrocetaceans. They're so fabulous. I couldn't read that. That's too fabulous for me. Latex cobalt? I've been thinking of making a latex cobalt, yeah. Let's spin until we have 10 left. Oh. Wow, not bad. A luck potion. Luck potion is good. Speed potion is shit. 1k coin. 1k is alright. I had an idea to just like retexture my cobalt to like wearing a latex suit, which I think is like it's possible because I've seen people on Twitch just being a straight up toy. So that's fine, right? Kobo could be shiny. Kobo could be squeaky shiny. Reroll. 500 coins? That's the worst one by far. Reroll. No. XP is not... Wow, wait, that's a lot of XP. Do we gain 1? No, I don't think we gain 1 XP per fish. That would be a little bit weird. But 500... If 500 is that much... Wow. Fluffy. Hi, dragon. Reroll. Hi, Fluffy dragon. I'm a dragon. Well, I'm a Dirkbolt today. That's fine. I've scrap for you. It's flippin' awesome. Put it in my recycler slot machine. I made it to give people an incentive to give me my scrap. Oh, I mean, that's clever. I wish you would change these though. Some of the rewards are kind of big. Oh wait, we should try out the scam wheel. It's 50k per spin, right? It's in the alien area. Let's try to get scammed. In game anyway. Ew. I'm okay. We have to go to the place that is like bone structures. Yeah, it's actually pretty close by. My surfboard is so fast now. And I think I can boost my surfboard for a bit. It makes no noise. It's perfect. It's so perfect. That stupid luxury speedboat is too loud. I don't like it. Kobo hates it. It's way too loud. So I'm glad they added this. I mean, sure, it's like extra money. Mork the Bork? Hey. Oh, you're playing VR chat as well? Hey. I rarely play VR chat. And usually I'm a Kobo. Hello. Hi, welcome. Hi Raiders. I'm Tira. Usually I'm a Kobold, but on VR chat, I just kind of want to be a dark bolt instead. Welcome. Hope you're doing it. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope VR chat was fun. What were you doing in VR chat? Were you fishing too? Alright, it's time to get scammazed. Giuseppe's newest big idea. Between you and me, I wouldn't spin that wheel. It looks like 50-50 odds, but it's more like 1%. I mean, is it because there's like weights behind? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Of course it's Giuseppe. Of course Giuseppe would do. Wait, but alright, the weight being there, so this will always go down. Oh, fucking Giuseppe. I was playing Ecliptica. Then to play against VR chat. I do fish at times. Oh, wow, okay. I mean, I do hear... I don't know much about VR chat, honestly, but I do hear about a lot of games in VR chat. Like, we have a shit ton of different games in VR chat that you can play. That's pretty cool. I hope you had fun with your stream. But of course, if you need any post-stream care, get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Right? Very important. And thanks again for the raid. You're loud as fuck. What can Giuseppe do for you? What's under that tarp? Don't fuck with us, Giuseppe. Yo, chill, Giuseppe. This is a fucking family-friendly channel, you fuck. I'm gonna get ready to eat, so I'm running down. Then I hope you have a good eat after. Alright, I'm gonna spin to win, try your luck, spin for the chance and a mystery reward. I mean, it's 1%, right? How funny would it be if I hit that 1% immediately, huh? Ooh. No, I almost got the first try, but no, this one should go down, no? This one should go down. Okay, let's get scammed by 100k. 50k is no small money though. Fucking Giuseppe, come on. Do I unlock a new dialogue option after that? Aha, my favorite customer. Talk to Giuseppe. What's that green juice? That there is the infamous one-day blinding juice. You'd better be careful with that stuff. One-day blinding juice? What the fuck? So I get blind for a day? In game time or real life time? That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. It's me, the great Giuseppe. Make it quick, Giuseppe busy with many custom. What do you know that I don't? Not ghost, right? What's this place? Giuseppe buy this business from the Tony family and turn it into what you see today. It sucks. Oh yeah. Hyperdrive 60k. I need this one for the alien thing. I forgot. I guess I'm buying it. What? We find out. Ciao Bella. What can Giuseppe do for you? Nothing. Alright, chat, we're gonna get scammed again, alright? First try. I'm sorry. We're gonna get scammed. Not again, alright? This is... I don't know what this is. Wow. I'm probably gonna get this one. Look, it's 50-50. Wow. I'm gonna do it first try. Let's try this one. Convincing, right, chat? Convincing. Ooh. I'm okay. Alright, we got scammed. Let's go back to Luxian Dunes a little bit. Let's go find the alien friends. I think the hyperdrive is the last thing that I need for the alien friends. Boost. Oh my god, surfboard is so fast. Beans. Beans for free in this economy. Beans. Wow. Cannot believe it. Look at, I'm so nice. Wonder if it's here. Yeah, it's here. Oh, there's such a nice bean emo. Oh my god. Glad to have. You're truly our hero. You're welcome here anytime. This crate shall be our new home. What? I got the thing for you. Are you the one that needs the thing? My savior, what's up? Are all female aliens pink? I didn't mean to skip that. I was always self-conscious about it, but Glopingo accepted me how I was. He's the love of my life. Wait, say that again? Oh no, all Grombingos are green. I just have a rare skin disease, so I look like this. Oh no. Oh no. I was always self-conscious about it, but Glopingo, yeah. What, no? We actually quite like it down here now that we're used to it. We might settle down in this crater. What about the things that I just got you? What do you mean? You had a quest for me. Oh. Probe Coupler? Tizzlebob. The fuck is that? What is the probe coupler and a Tizzlebob, huh? New title? Give the fresh alligator to Harrison. Oh wait, I know this one. This one is from the weird temple. I just need to remember where the temple is. It's definitely not here. Maybe we can also hunt for a little bit of scraps, why not? I just realized I just used 100k to buy 2 scraps. Is that even good value? I don't think so. But scraps are really hard to find. Well, that's 50k. It should be here. In this weird temple. Yeah, that's a scrap, right? Yeah, that's a scrap. Nice, I already got 100k worth of scrap. Holy, Kobo is the best. Are you the one? Yeah? Do you like snakes? Very funny kid. Where's this place? Evasive. We are meddling in something much bigger than Sunleaf's cares to realize. On paper, we are here on behalf of the Sunleaf Archaeological Division. Oh. Oh, I sold everything. I don't have the gator anymore. Oh. Caught. But I didn't turn in. No. No, Kobo stupid. Jimbo's bone. Find Jimbo's family heirloom. 2 times Clock of Moonrain? Interrogate Billy Bob. Who the fuck is Billy Bob? Deliver the letter to the person described as being red with blue patterning. Deliver supplies to Clem. Am I playing Warframe? Why do we have Clem here? I think Clem is this one right here. I forgot to like chat with. Gosh, Kobo is so small. Whoa. Oh, I thought there's something here. Are you Clem? Oh, you are? Maybe Leviathan will appear in 5 minutes. I don't want to do that. We need the supplies for a minute. Ask for shipping. Give him a smooch for me, will ya? Return to Marley. I forgot who Marley is. What the heck? Whoa. That's a lot of them. Well, let's gamble for a few last times, and then I'm gonna call it a day. We're 14? Let's do until 10. Damn, I spent 100k and I got 1k back. I got scammed. Hey, I got 1500 back. This is so fucked up. Oh, reroll. Moonrain is active. Oh. Are you trying to? You're trying to not let me go via chat. Not working. It's not. I pressed 1 too much. Reroll. No, I got the shittiest thing ever. No. It's okay. I just need to find another scrap. But that's a future me problem. I think Marley must be the one in Crescent Isle.
Excuse V, but the Kobo is in fact a very good girl.
Oh.
I mean good dragon. Yeah.
Good dragon. Wait, if Kobo currently is a dragon, Kobo could rar, you know? I will do the tiniest rar for people. I'm pretty sure this is still the same, right? I think they lowered the price for this one. It used to be 800k, I'm pretty sure. And now it's just 750k? I mean, that's nice. That's like 50k less. Right. Oh my god. I will hack in right. 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 And get right at. Send you a little thing. Oh. What did Tika send? On Discord? I will take a look. Oh. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm actually sitting on a pole. Can I show that on stream, Tikaka? I want to show it. I believe in our endeavors. Oh, thank you. Well, Dragon or Kobo would definitely try her best. I won. Yes, yes, I love being small so much. Oh, looks so perfect. Oh my god. It's small. I'm so small. I love it. Oh my god, I love it so heckin' much. I'm gonna cry. Gently the kobold, yeah. See, this is what being small is about. Look at that. That's nice. Shimmer. Shimmer. Comfy cozy in dragon's palm, yeah. Maybe a menace? How menace how? Also hi again, Annie. I mean, I'm like a maid, right? Or I think I'm still a maid for Silas. I think that's his name, question mark. I forgot, I'm sorry. I mean the art is still here, right? I think. Tikakai is so heckin' nice, oh my god. It should be here still, I think. Oh, maybe not. But I have the art on my Vitis little mate with Sima. Oh yeah, Vitis, right, Vitis. My bad. And then I'm like a maid servant to Vitas. I'm so small for Vitas. It's so perfect. Oh yeah, I'm looking for that one yet. Thank you, Tikaka. I have it on my folder as well. Thank you, Tikaka. This one. The blab is perfect. Check the food channel. Of course, a Kobo will have files so full of dragons can't find anything in that horn. Let me look at the food channel. Italian sausage with a normal breaking pork link. Mushrooms that were baked then quick pencil. 2 eggies. Pan fried toast. Double leftover mashed taters. Dang. Dang. Oh my god. You're such a menace. Holy shit, I'm hungry. I want nom noms. Where's my here? I want nom noms. Nom noms would be nice. You cook it for me? Oh my god. I mean, I'll love that. I will gobble them out in 2 seconds. I'm stuck. I have my secret fishing spot here. Ah! Also my title. Through the fire and flames. It's perfect. Oh, can I fish on top of here? I'm relatively sure that I can. My life is a lie! What? I cannot fish here? Oh. 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 But that's water. Oh. That worked. What'd I get? Is it a tin can? The rusty tin can. Why did it not show what I got? Oh. This is the perfect fishing spot. Goonch catfish. Goon. Mars Fang cry. I'll cry. I'm definitely crying because I got lied to by the game. I cannot believe I cannot fish on top of the waterfall. Oh. Oh. Well, I guess I'll probably call it a day. I kind of want to get some food and maybe play more Draganica. Chad, I'm so obsessed with Draganica lately. Oh my god. Like, I was playing a full stream 2 days ago. And then yesterday I was playing it almost the entire day as well. need this tier right here to finish this plate of noms off. Can't actually finish all. There's so much here. Oh, well, if I'm there, I could gobble it up in 2 seconds. That's a lie. I'm a big eater, but I eat kind of slow. Kind of. Well, I may be the fastest eater in the family, but whenever I go and eat with my friends, I'm always the slowest one. So, there you go. Oh. I think I need to jump on my cast because I'm too short. And if I don't jump, I'm gonna hit the ground like that. Oh, that's perfect. Fishing can be really fun. So next week I'm probably gonna do the same thing on Sunday, which is today. That's enough for a second plate here. Wow. That is a lot of food. I'm probably just gonna eat that sausage. A lot. I like sausage. So next week I'll try to DM a few of my close friends and see if they want to join me with this Leviathan hunting session. And I'll also announce it on Discord as well. So like a double. So maybe next week I can try to fish up a Leviathan again. Well, Kobo can try. I really wanted Leviathan. I mean, I just really hope that they change how the Leviathan behaves, right? Like, it would be really, really, really nice. It would be really fucking nice if they would change the health bar to be carries over. If Leviathan carry over HP, I don't mind spending 6 hours just to fish up one Leviathan. I don't mind. I'm nothing but stubborn, honestly. So I can do that very easily. Hi hamster. Kobo may have a little Leviathan as a treat. Well, at least I got one dorsal fin from the Leviathan, so I guess I couldn't complain too much. But next week, same time, I'm probably gonna do this VR chat session again. I'm probably still going to do a invite session, but this time I'll try to ask a few of my close friends to see if they want to join or not. We'll see. It might change to a Saturday or Sunday my time. I don't know. Maybe. I couldn't tell. I just really wanted Leviathan. I wanted Leviathan. Kobo wanted the big fish. But Kobo couldn't get it. Also hope hamster is doing good. I don't think there's a scrap here anymore. At least the one that I know. It's already like taken. Oh, what do you want? What is this place? Home for now. Yeah. Just exploring. Did you know that Vlad mains Little Mac and Smash? That guy is straight evil. What do you mean? Little Mac is weak. Little Mac don't have enough recovery skills, okay? Imagine being Little Mac, being knocked off stage and then you're trying to recover onto the stage. Yeah, good luck. What do you mean straight evil? Oh boy, another sunny day. Go on. I used to rule this place once upon a time. Cool. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Apparently if you stare at the sun too long, you go blind. Sun. Kobo must stare at the sun. Where's the sun? There's no sun for me to stare at. What is this? Oh, it's sundown, so I don't think there's going to be any sun here. Unfortunate. No sun. Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it a day. I had fun fishing today. I had fun being a dragon bolt as well. It feels nice to be a dark bolt. This, I guess this model kind of inspired me to also have like a really good mouth tracking as well. Like the mouth tracking for this model is fucking amazing. Look at that. My model is kind of just like my own Kobo model. It doesn't have a lot of mouth movement like this one. This one is like really fucking good. So maybe at some point I can update my model a little bit to have like a way better mouth movement, because currently it's just kind of bare bones. It's very bare bones actually. Essentially my model is kind of just open and close. There's not much articulation to it, which is definitely not the best, but someday I'm gonna change it. Now that I feel comfortable enough to start an art stream, it feels nice, honestly. So yeah, let's do some art tomorrow. Do some art tomorrow. Gosh, I can't believe I'm saying that and I'm actually excited for it. Yeah, let me close this VR chat real quick and then we're gonna find a raid target. I'm back. Alright. I had fun today. I was just straight up listening to the Sonic Rush, listening to Sonic Mania music. Oh, Celeste is still playing. Still streaming, I mean. Celeste is playing Noita. Is that a custom sprite? That looks amazing. Yeah, that's a custom made sprite. That's so cool. I played Noita for a little bit, but I got scared by people in chat back then. When I was playing Noita for the first time, people in chat were feral. Like, they really wanted to tell me what to do constantly. It was very scary. So I kind of get scared off by playing Noita. I might revisit Noita though. I might. Maybe. If there's like a mod where I can play as a dragon or something. Or maybe I can... I don't know how to make my own sprite though. I never tried that. Would be fun. Boo, yeah, it was very boo of them. Back then I was really afraid to use the banhammer, but now Kobo is different. Kobo different now. Whoever dares to be rude in chat, like especially when playing games like Warframe, right? People know a lot of stuff, but if they're like being rude, backseating heavily, then I actually don't afraid to use banhammer anymore, because back then to me banhammer is like, I don't want to lose a viewer though. That's my mindset. But now it's a little bit different. Now it's like I want to make my community like a better place. So anyone who is like biased or like just behaving terribly, that's a ban, because I want my community to be comfy, you know. So yeah, I think that's pretty important. But yeah, maybe at some point I'll revisit Noita, because the game honestly feels really fun. It's a roguelike, you build your own one and be OP and stuff like that. Very cool, right? There's also, I mean, I just got bought Water Park Simulator and Bears in Space, so maybe someday we can play that. Banhammer good? It is very good. And often the people being rude are just drive-by assholes. They're not even viewers, just some meanies there to be a nuisance. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Especially, yeah, this is especially apparent to me when I just, about 4 years ago, I just started streaming not too long ago. I tried to have my own like special stream where I do Jackbox together with people, right? And then people were being straight up rude and racist and everything, trying to get my channel banned because I'm playing Jackbox with randos. So back then I was like, wow, viewership is not bad, but also my sanity is very bad doing streams like that. So it's kind of scary. I figure if I want to play games like that, it would be nice to just play with like known friends. But back then I have no concept of that, so but that was like 4 years ago. I changed a lot, right? I changed so much, you know. Oh, but different. Well, I'm gonna rate Celeste because Celeste is still streaming, so easy target, easy target. You know, let me do my plug real quick. Hey, yeah, thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Tikaka. Elder both friend. Oh my god. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. And coffee very nice actually. I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie. Tell them, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. Thank for the stream and the pet. Oh, thank you. Thank you for just like staying with me while I'm doing the fishing. Makes me very happy. I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. Or anything stream related, I will announce them on Discord. Yeah. There's also Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot, so you know. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna get a rate message. And then I also need to look at how cobalt I am today. I'm very cobalt. Nice. Good. I am very cobalt. Checks out. And then let me type in the rate to Celeste. Oh, Mars is also very cobalt. Mars could be dragon too. Oh my god, I'm so mega dragon. Hello. Mars is also mega dragon. Wow, I guess my bot is being generous today. Nice, we're both Kobo and Tekken. Oh, Fluffy is not as dragon. Well, still pretty dragon. It's 79%. And he's very dragon. Heck yeah. I have the rate message. Boom. And then I gonna type in the rate to Celeste. %20% cobalt. I mean, Fluffy is dragon, so I guess that checks out. Celeste. There we go. I mean, whenever I say Celeste, I mean she's not here. It's okay. I can call her Celeste, but when she's here, I have to call her mistress. Okay. I typed in the right. So but it's a little bit different now between me and her. It's like me and her is like I call her mistress, but I'm not I'm not her pet. So it's a little bit different, but she's okay with that, and I'm okay with that. We talked about it, and we're both okay with this setting, and we end up with this setting, and it's nice. Yeah, I typed in the raid. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you, right? And here comes the raid to Celeste or Dragon. Oh my god. Oh, get that fire? Yeah, let's get that fire while I wait for the raid to go out. Titan. I'm getting that fire. Also, hi tune, bye tune. The timing. I'm getting that fire. Nine. Okay. Anyway. Hey. I got that eye. I need to catch my breath. Oh my god. I'm gonna wait for the raid. Oh, there we go. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.